very good morning, everybody, and welcome to this webinar of Road Poll and PIARC Italia concerning opportunities for improvement of road safety in Southeastern Europe. I would like to introduce Paolo Cestra, who will make the first address on behalf of Road Poll. And then Paolo is Italian Police First Executive Officer. He is a Road Poll President of Honor. He graduated in Law, Public Administration Science, and International Relationship. He is, of course, a road safety expert. Paolo.
Thank you very much, Roberto. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this first joint webinar between Road Poll and PIARC Italy. Road Poll is the network of the European traffic police forces, and I think today with PIARC, we try to do the first exercise of one seminar. You know, because of the pandemic situation, continue to be a webinar focused on the new concept of road policing. To do this, we took a look today on the Eastern Europe and the Southern East Europe, and I want to say thanks to the PIARC committee for this, because my actual position, I am based in Bucharest, in Romania, as Italian police liaison officer, and today I'm in Rome. But it's only because several obligations I have today to spend here in Rome. The new vision, the new concept, the new idea of road safety is the base, because we are together here today. Not only traffic safety, not only infrastructure safety and security, but one new holistic vision. I am very grateful to the representative of the European Commission to be with us today, because this vision is very strongly sponsored by the Commission. It's also the new Commission vision. What is the holistic vision? Is to have one safe, focused approach. The road safety is this is the road poll mantra. The road safety is such kind of common task. It's not only the task for the police, traffic police, or road policing forces, not only the task for infrastructures, not only the task of road safety stakeholders. It's one joint task. We all together must do something to avoid that in the future, the situation, the safety, the number of crashes on the roads will come back like in the past. You know that 2020 also, because of the pandemic, was a good year for the safety on our roads, and figures and numbers. And because of this, I also want to say thanks to Antonio Avenoso of the ATSC for the presentation he will have during our webinar. Numbers are now good, also because of the pandemic, and that's from my point of view the only good thing of the pandemic. The average of fatal crashes and dead persons on the road decreased. But now it's up to us. We have to continue this trend. We have to do our best all together. It's one shared responsibility, and because of the new vision, we must work all together to have much more law enforcement, to have very better infrastructures, to have safer, much more safer vehicles. It's like a temple with 3 bases. It's important that each one do his best or her best to obtain this result. Today we try to take a look about what's going on in the eastern part of Europe, in the southern eastern part of Europe. It's important because it's the youngest part of the European Union. There are several countries that are very young inside our union, and also the title of our seminar is improvement opportunities and perspectives. It's important that we start from one focus point, that is opportunities, perspectives. If I remember, when with Roberto we spoke about the focus, so we started to say, okay, we can take a look to the best practice. And before 1 minute, we said, no, we prefer don't use this term, don't use best practice, because not exist the best practice, but all the practices are the best for the road safety. It's important to have a share of vision, to have a share of activities, to know what's continues to going on. Because of this, I am very glad to have this very, very important panel of experts from Italy, from other countries, from the European Union. I think will be a good occasion today to take the point, to have the real vision on the state of the road safety, and also should be the occasion to start to speak in terms of global vision, holistic approach, and on these 3 pillars approach for the road safety. I think now is the time to give the floor to Mr. Domenico Crocco, that is the owner of the floor, is the Italian PIARC first delegate, is also an executive of the ANAS, that is the infrastructure organization in our country, in Italy. Thank you, Mr. Crocco, the floor is yours. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Paolo. Thank you, Roberto. I am truly honored to open with a brief greeting this interesting event that sees PIARC collaborating with Roadpol, the European network of traffic police. In this international context related to the situation in Ukraine, where many people lose their life every day, we are reminded of how dramatic the war is. But at the same time, we must remind ourselves every day that around 1.3 million people around the world lose their life every year. And this is not about the Third World War. It is about the death toll from road accidents. Because roads are necessary, they connect the world, they allow trade, they transport food and energy for life. But roads can also take life. Thanks to new technologies and prevention campaigns, deaths have been reduced dramatically to around 20,000 in the European Union. Statistics show that the continent with the safest road is Europe, where the number of deaths has more than halved since 2001. This number is set to fall further thanks to safer roads and increasingly intelligent vehicles. The new frontier of autonomous driving, which is in many ways already a reality, promises extraordinary results on the road to safety. The European Commission has calculated that 94% of accidents depend on factors related to driver behavior. A well-programmed autonomous vehicle could avoid them with the protection of human life. But to win the road safety challenge, prevention and repression of wrong behavior are needed. It's also essential to compare ourselves with the best practice of other countries in the world in the field of road safety. Road safety is one of PIARC's priorities, both worldwide and in Italy. PIARC Italia, PIARC Italy's partner, by right, are the Ministry of Infrastructure and Sustainable Mobility and ANAS, the company of the Ferrovie dello Stato Group that builds and manages Italy's toll-free state roads and motorways. This is not the first time that ANAS has cooperated with countries in Southeast Europe. 4 years ago, we took part in a major cooperation initiative financed by the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. At the request of the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the special envoy of the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the East Balkan process, ANAS organized a training course at its headquarters in Rome for representatives of the governments and road operators of Serbia and Albania, dedicated to public-private partnership, PPP, in order to also involve private capital in the financing of works of public interest. The course was a useful moment of confrontation and sharing with these southeastern European countries, which will be followed by others, such as today's dedicated to road safety. Thanks to everyone, also on behalf of ANAS President Eduardo Valente, who asked me to bring you his greetings and good work to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Domenico. It was a pleasure to have your welcome. I really agree with you. We are living in a very critical period, but we have endemic cases, and the road safety is an endemic case that we are trying to cater with, but is not an easy task. But I'm sure that today event will be the opportunity to bring on a little bit the subject. But after the introduction from Italian General Secretariat of PIARC, we have here also we have privilege to have here the Deputy General Secretary of PIARC world, that is Robin Seville. Welcome, Robin. Robin has a long time civil servant from French Ministry in charge of transport, having occupied various positions in international cooperation. Now is a Deputy General Secretary of PIARC along 9 years. Robin, it's a pleasure to meet you again, even
yes,
if through the web.
Yes, good morning to all of you. Do you see my PowerPoint presentation?
Perfectly.
Okay, fine. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, dear colleagues. It's really an honor for me and a pleasure to take part in this introductory word of this very interesting webinar organized by RoadPol and by our colleague from PIARC Italia, and we really appreciate your initiative. So just let me tell you in some words what PIARC is, because if it's well known in most countries of Europe, we are not that well known so far in Western Balkans, and thanks to the initiative of our Italian colleagues, I think we will be a bit more in the coming weeks. So PIARC is the old and new name of the World Road Association, which is an old lady founded more than 100 years ago. And our goal, as it's also the goal of the associations represented here, is to organize exchange of knowledge, policy and practice on all road-related matters, including road safety, as we will see later on. Basically, our most prominent members are governments, and we have so far 125 governments, including some from your region, but we welcome as well regions or private and public entities, as well as individuals. And we bring to work together more than 1,200 experts from more than 80 countries in most road-related matters. And we have a very active group on technical committee, sorry, on road safety, plus another one which does not totally pertain to this topic, but which is very closely related on road security, chaired by our good friend Saverio Palchetti from Italy. This is just to tell you that since the very beginning of the association, we were in close touch with your region, because the country that was by that time named the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes was a member of the World Road Association. So, of course, many things happened since this period, and nowadays we have the pleasure to have the membership of Slovenia and Croatia. And I would like also to underline the fact, and this is how I came to be involved in this event, of course with Italy, but we also have a very close partnership with the transport community based in Belgrade, which was formerly known the Southeastern Transport Observatory. Southeastern European Transport Observatory, sorry, with colleagues from all the countries, the countries of former Yugoslavia. And just to make you smile, as you can see, we are already involved, because thanks to our colleague from the transport community, we were happy to translate our corporate brochure in your languages and many others, and I shared the files with our Italian colleagues. So if you want to know more in your language about PIARC, do not hesitate to ask or to download these documents from our website. Some ideas of our outputs. So basically, we have two types of outputs: seminars and congresses. I will elaborate on this later on. But I would say daily work is to release reports produced by our technical committees in French, English, and Spanish. You may also want to translate in your own language, as our Italian colleagues do from time to time, if you have a specific interest in one of them. So during the past work cycle, we produced almost 50 documents, and we have already released 20 or 25 in the current one. So do not hesitate to go to our website, piarc.org. All documents are classified by topic, and if you choose road safety, you will find all documents that are interesting for this very specific event. We also have electronic so-called online manuals. So I will not explain what it is. The name is self-explaining. So it's an online resource summarizing all the experience that we have gathered over the years on a specific topics. These documents are regularly updated. Again, they are available in English, French, and Spanish. And I have forgotten to underline that all these documents, be it the reports or the online manuals, are totally free of charge. You just have to register as a visitor on the website, and you can access and download all the resources. I would like to underline the fact that we have a manual specifically dedicated to road safety. So you just again browse through our website, type road safety, and you will be directed to this manual. It's one of the oldest one. It's very rich. It contains many interesting information, many documents on policies, many case studies, and I'm sure that you will be able to find maybe not the solution to your question or specific problem, but at least very interesting guidelines to help you further on to find what is relevant for your particular problem. As mentioned earlier, we regularly organize seminars. By the way, we have not organized seminars in the Western Balkans for many years for the main reason that unfortunately some of your countries are not members of PIARC, but we would be eager to do that. So it's quite easy, and it's even something we are able to subsidize in some circumstances. So let's talk about this if necessary. And next year, there will be a big event very close to your borders, which is our the World Road Congress we organize every 4 years. So the next one will take place in early October 2023 in Prague. So not really very far from where you are. So we will address all road-related topics, but of course there will be a strong focus on road safety. And I hope that there will be many of you or of your colleagues attending the Congress. I would like also to underline the fact that we have just released the call for papers. Again, go to our website, you will find this very easily, or ask our Italian colleagues. They will be happy to share with you all relevant information. So if engineers, researchers, road stakeholders, practitioners, policemen, why not, want to propose articles for the Congress and want to have the opportunity to speak to the Congress, it's really the time to submit resumes, and we will be very happy to consider them and hope that some of you will be able to take part as authors. So thank you for your attention. And again, we will be glad to see you on our website personally. And if some of you have personal questions, do not hesitate to send me a message. I did not type my address here, but again, Leonardo will be happy to share it with you if necessary. Thank you very much, and I give back the floor to our Italian colleagues.
Thank you so much, Robin, of this outlook of the action of the PIARC world and this important event that is a World Road Conference in next year, 2023. I would like to say now is my turn. I would like to thank Paolo, Domenico, and Robin, who have clearly introduced Road Pole PIARC's activities, and then I will try to make up a bit of time, even in view of important speeches that are planned today. On behalf of the Italian Technical Committee for Policies and Programs for Road Safety, I would like to express a thankful reminder to organizer PIARC and Road Pole. Paolo remembered already that when we started to organize this event, Road Pole and PIARC Italy decided to take action in order to consolidate and enhance the knowledge of the traffic police forces and road operators in Southeastern Europe. This event targets, in fact, both traffic police officers and road infrastructure operators in order to find together criticalities and possible joint solution, aiming at increasing the overall safety of the traffic in Southeast Europe. Okay, Case studies, not best practices, will be presented and discussed today. I had the privilege yesterday and days before to glance through technical material that was sent to Assunta, and I am impressed. I hope that all colleagues that are registered for this event will have the opportunity to attend. In fact, they will find very interesting and thoughtful contents. We would like to impact from the world of ideas to the real world, and I suspect that we will have today the opportunity. Yesterday, about 150 engineers and experts were registered already for this event, and I'm sure that they will find today useful know-how towards an enhanced safety in the network, towards what is called a safe system approach. Thanks to colleagues of the scientific committee who cooperated in the organization, and especially thanks to delegates of the TC, Paolo Cestra, Pierluigi Coppola, and Leonardo Arnese from PIARC Secretariat. Paolo said that we need to have a single vision for road safety, and then I'm so happy and grateful to distinguished stakeholders of today, including representatives of United Nations and the European Commission. Finally, a warm welcome to this event from the Carla Cappiello, chairperson of the Role of Rome Engineers, and Grazia Maria Capopardi, high executive from Italian Ministry of Infrastructure, who didn't have the opportunity to be with us because other engagement, other institutional engagement. That's all from my side. I hand over the management of the session to Paolo Cestra. Thank you so much, Paolo, to take in charge.
Thank you, Roberto. I want to say my deep thanks to you. You are not only the director of road safety in SEED and the chair of PIARC Italy policies and programs for road safety, but you are also, for me, a personal friend and one of the pillar of our activities on road safety. And I can remember a lot of activities done together since 15 years ago. Now we start with the first panel of our webinar. The first panel of this webinar is dedicated to the law enforcement and I want to say that is the first part of the road policing activity, the activity much more related to the law enforcement for have a better safety and security in our roads, in European roads, and specifically for the today topics focused on the southern east Europe and on the Danube River roads. And as we already said several times, we want to take a look to case studies. Case studies, local reality that can be used also as not best practice, but as important practice to follow. But to have one general overview about the law enforcement activity on the European wide. Our first speaker in this panel is Mr. Hans Albert Stumpen. Hans Albert is another personal friend for me and is the General Secretary of RoadPol, the European Road Safety Network, and we say the organization of the traffic road policy in Europe, not only in the European Union, but in the whole geographic area of the Europe, can be part of RoadPol, all the countries belonging to the European Council. At the moment, 47 countries in the geographic European area. And Hans Albert is, I think, is the engine now behind RoadPol, a very, very long 30-year of expertise in policing in Germany. Is a professor at the German Police University, and also, like you, is a personal friend of me. I give him the floor for his presentation, 15 minutes, not more, but you know, he's German. I think he knows very well the time. It's not like our Italians that we have the Italian time, and I'm very glad to present Hans Albert Stumpen, RoadPol General Secretary, and his presentation on road safety.
Yes, thank you, Paolo.
Yeah, okay.
So everybody can see my screen? Yes, and everybody should hear me now. So good morning to everybody. We are informed that we have, for the moment, more than 100 participants on this webinar session. I appreciate this very much because it's 9 Central European summertime. So some of you maybe just came into their office. So I give you a really short introduction about RoadPol. I think you have to know something about it because I think that maybe in the Western Balkan states, the organization is not that known and you are not that familiar with this. But as Paolo announced, to stay, let's say, in the background with our organizational things, I will hurry up to give you an impression about how RoadPol is working on traffic safety and as well on traffic security, and to give the floor to the more interesting parts, which are, of course, the cases. So some words about me. Paolo said in fact, it's 4 decades of charging police service in the federal state of North Rhine-Westphalia in Germany. For the last, let's say, 10 years, I was lecturer and professor at the German Police University, and I'm retired since 2020. But still, as you can see, I'm working on traffic safety and traffic security as well. I'm a guest lecturer at the German Police University for the moment. And since 2019, I took over the post of being Secretary General of the European Roads Policing Network. Still doing some other things. I have this ISO 39001. This is a very systemic approach to road traffic safety management systems. And I doing some things in being author in a team of authors for police service regulations all over Germany. But I do not want to talk about too much about me. I would like to show you, so we have a real nice piece of presentation per video of RoadPol, and I show you this. This is quite self-declaring, so I hope everything works and the sound does work. If not, please give me a sign and I'll try to do so. So it's just 4 minutes, but it gives you a very good impression about how RoadPol is working. Can you see it here? Just
no answer.
No.
Doesn't work.
No, it doesn't work.
okay. Just let me. Now, can you see the screenshot of the video?
No.
Absolutely not.
We're seeing the presentation. Probably you have shared the presentation, not your the full screen.
So let me try again. Now?
Yeah, now we have the beginning of the video. Okay.
It's working now?
Yeah, but no audio.
Sharing audio, please.
Okay, I hope everybody could see this. So let me just go back to my presentation. Give me a second.
Okay.
So sorry for this technical break. So just to give you a short idea about the organization of RoadPol, we organized like this. We have an executive committee comprising five persons, with the president, the vice president, the general secretary, the chair of the operational working group, and 3 elected council members. Then we have the council, which is the most important, let's say, committee, because all the decisions, strategies, and things like that are must be approved by the council. After or behind this council, we have 3 working groups. The so-called operational working group, they are dealing with really boots on the ground issues. Then we have the technical working group and the TECO working group, web group. They are dealing, as this is self-declaring, the technical working group is observing all new technical issues and possibilities and limitations especially enforcement. And the TWG, the Tacho web group, they are working with all kinds of fraud and controls to digital tachographs. So coming to our strategy, you can see this is the baseline of our strategy. You see this is an adopted safe system approach that we are using. We are aiming for safer roads, safer vehicles, safer road users, and safer speeds. So our expertise is for the roads, not immediately because we are not responsible for building up and maintaining roads and the whole infrastructure, but we have expertise, and in some countries the responsible organizations are obliged to search for the advice of the police when they are planning new roads and new streets. So vehicles, they're even as well, the manufacturers are not obliged to ask the police about their experience for new developments of vehicles. But you know, Germany is one of the most interesting manufacturing countries, with Mercedes, with BMW, with some Volkswagen and all this. So in the cities where the manufacturers are located, if there is an accident with a new model of these manufacturers, they are called by the police and they come with their own teams to check what was wrong. So this is how there is a collaboration in the case of a collision with a new vehicle from, let's say, a Volkswagen, Mercedes, or Porsche. Our unique selling point is enforcement of RoadPol. So we are quite experienced in enforcement. So, and let's say as well the classical one, how we do it since years. But as well, we are part of different research programs to enhance the technical way for enforcement. The new word is smart enforcement and automated enforcement. And speed is the main killer, as you know, as we always say, between the 4 fatal. And this is our main target of all enforcement and educational events. We are supporting as well, beyond the adopted safe system approach, as well the European road safety programs. And we are doing, this is what Paolo was pointing out, and this is what the main and most important descriptions are for road safety, security. This is the holistic, or let's say the integrative approach towards these 2 issues. You know, there are some experience with approaching, especially in the United States. There is a so-called program. This is DDECT. This is data-driven approach to crime and traffic prevention. And they do it since years, and they analyze data. This is some kind of predictive policing, and they have the experience. If you go to tackle threats on the crime area, and you can have efforts to avoid burglaries, for example, you as well have positive effects on traffic safety and vice versa. What we are doing during a year, as you can see this on our pan-European operations wall planner, you can see we are doing 10 different operations. These are pan-European operations, and yes, during the last 2 years, due to the pandemic situation, this was a little bit tricky to carry out these, but in 2022, and as of course in 2023, we will do it as usual. So you see we have 4 weeks dedicated to truck and bus operations. We do our speed marathon. We are focusing on seat belts, alcohol and drugs. And our focus and flagship is the Road Poll Safety Days, as you already learned from the video. We are doing as well, like PIARC does, we have a training platform. We try to exchange best practices or good practices. We conduct seminars and webinars for the tachographs and for the technical working group. We have at least one annual Road Poll seminar targeting the operational level only for our members, which is for this year's is coming up in Germany, hosted by the German Police University. And we give a newsletter with new ideas, with good practices, with experience on special issues. So this is just one example, covering as well, being an example for a newsletter, but as well to show you how technical enforcement or smart enforcement is developing. You see this camera, this coming from the Netherlands, is able to detect using of handheld devices, especially smartphones. Our flagship event, the Road Poll Safety Days, has the following core elements. We address all EU citizens, and some of our countries and members are not in the EU, like Serbia in the moment, like the United Arab Emirates, like Moldavia. They are searching for membership. So they are encouraged to sign a so-called pledge. We have this pledge in nearly all languages from the European Union, and they promise that in this special week, this is always the 16th to the 22nd of September, because it coincides with the European Mobility Week, to obey the rules, to drive properly on our roads. And if they take this pledge, you can do it on our website, on the Road Poll Safety Days website. You have an electronic signature, and you get an email with your signed pledge. And as well, you can share it immediately by clicking on our website to your social media community. Second pillar is to encourage all kinds of organizations, governmental organizations, non-governmental organizations, private companies. We heard about this morning this PPP approach. To plan and conduct events which are related to traffic safety especially, and to upload and register the events on our website as well. And this is what you can see for the last year. We have, if you have a website, you can go into detail here, but we had a little bit then about 600 of these events in the last year. Moreover, we appoint one focal day to count the fatalities during this week, and we achieved that in 2020 and in 2021 on this focal day. This was, as far as I remember, the 21st of September. We had 16 countries with 0 fatalities. And in total, we had less than half of the regular average amount of fatalities on these days, on this day, not in these days, on this day, which is normally a little bit above 60, counting the EU member states, and a little bit more than 200 if you count the fatalities in our target group, like Paolo said, all the member states of the European Council, 47. We promote this Road Pole Safety Days with a press conference that is to be conducted during our spring meeting. This one is in Budapest. And we promote it as well on a national and or a local level. And we provide all kinds of materials to be used for promotional issues in the nations. So as well on the website, this so-called communication kit, you find material to print out posters and flyers. We conduct banner flights over different cities, and especially on the seaside. We every year have a special video for promoting. We create so-called key messages and key visuals that are shareable on social media. And we as well pay for boosting. So to make Mr. Zuckerberg a little bit richer than he already is, we pay for the so-called boosting. So if you pay for it, he guarantees, no he, but Mega or Facebook guarantees that this message is sent to a certain amount of smartphone users, Facebook users, and Instagram users. These are the so-called impressions, and this is what he guarantees. And the users may click on this thing, so you get more impressions than the reach. But it's just a number. We have more than 70 million impressions in our last campaign in 2021. Last not least, we try to find testimonials and ambassadors for our ideas for these Road Pole Safety Days. We have our colleagues from the council. They try to find different national supporters. Example for this is the Bulgarian team of gymnastics. They won the Olympic gold medal last year, and they supported the Road Pole Safety Days in Bulgaria. But as well, we have international testimonials. You can see this guy giving his contribution to the Road Pole Safety Days, and this is no more or less than Mika Häkkinen. We could gain his support in 2020 already. And if you find the time, you can go to this YouTube video. You can see he's wearing a T-shirt with our flagship logo, and he is promoting our idea. So this is the approach, just really in a nutshell. Paolo asked me to hurry up and not to consume too much time. So this is in a nutshell what we are doing. And I could tell you I can tell and speak all the day about Road Pole, but to give just an idea of what we are doing, this should be sufficient. And as everybody offers, if you have any questions, address to Paolo, because he is the president of honor of Road Pole, or you can address me. Here are all my contact details, and send me an email. This is the best you can do, because every day I check it. And yes, this is what's all about of Road Pole, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, General Secretary. Very, very clear presentation about Road Pole, the added value done by Road Pole for road safety, and all the activities on the field. In Road Pole, there are all the eastern countries of the European Union. Also, you already say that on board there is Serbia. We have the application from Moldova, and yesterday I received again an interest from Albania. I have been spoke with. Deputy Minister of Interior, two deputies, Mr. Yodai and Ms. Lamalari, and there is the interest of Albania to participate in a road poll network. But there is another very important network in Europe, that is the European Transport Safety Council, ATSC. Dedicated to the road safety, dedicated to collect information, to collect data, and to use this data, this information, and a very, very strong analysis they did to send recommendation, to send suggestion to the European Commission for the road safety. And today we have with us the executive director of the ATSC, that's Antonio Avenoso. Antonio is another friend of the road safety, is another pillar of the road safety in Europe. And I'm very glad it is a big honor for me to give the floor to him for his 15 minutes presentation. And just for information, 1 week ago, on the 15th of June, the ATSC had been the 16th PIN day. PIN is the performance index day, and we can discover, I think someone already know, but we can discover who is the best country for the road safety in 2021. Antonio, the floor is yours. Thank you for your participation in our webinar.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Paolo. Nice to see you, albeit remotely. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. And thank you very much to PIARC Italy, and Road Poll for the opportunity to speak today. And my presentation will mainly focus, as you rightly said, on the data we published 1 week ago, the latest data in the framework of the PIN project, as well as some hints about a project which we have just completed involving many countries in South and Eastern Europe. You know about ETSC, Brussels-based organization. It is approaching 30 years old. We were created in 1993, 58 member organizations from across Europe, experts, and different sources of funding. This is what we do, of course, monitoring EU transport safety policy. But today we will not talk about that. We will not talk about the various projects on alcohol, infrastructure, drugs, education, but we will concentrate on the PIN reports and road safety performance index. I'm afraid I have to start with the data. These are the latest data we have for people who died in road traffic in the EU in 2021, 19,823. The good news is that these are 9,000 less than they used to be in 2011. Well, the bad news, that is more than 50 every day. And as we always say, it is unacceptable that the road system still accepts that as a consequence of moving around, we have such an unacceptably high number of people who lose their lives on the road. I've also made a comparison between 2019 and 2021. Obviously, we did not consider 2020. It's been a very strange year in terms of travel restrictions, lockdown, so it wouldn't really make sense to compare 2020 and 2021. So we did compare the data from 2021 with the data from the first available year pre-pandemic, so 2019. The EU reduction has been 13%, which is indeed an exceptionally high reduction, but obviously this is a reduction that is biased by the fact that 2021 was still an odd year in terms of of limitations in mobility, and of course also much more home working, for example, than there used to be in 2019. And for the 10 countries which could provide exposure data, and you see them with the white histograms in the graph, well, all the countries that could provide data showed that the number of kilometers driven, the exposure has reduced between 2019 and 2021. This is a more it's a longer outlook over the performance in the last 10 years. There was a very encouraging beginning in the decade between 2011 and 2014, which witnessed a 16% reduction in the number of road deaths. Then we had 5 years of more or less stagnation, with overall a reduction of 7%. Then an exceptional drop for all the wrong reasons, of course, for the COVID pandemic between 2019 and 2020, with 17% reduction. And then the curve is going up again between 2020 and 2021 with a 5% increase, which is obviously also due to the gradual relaxation of travel restrictions. How did the EU on average do in these last 10 years? Well, that's a 31% reduction for the EU 27, which is actually 57,000 less deaths that we would have had if road safety had continued at the same levels that we had in 2011. When it comes to the various member states, well, the good news is that all of them have reduced the number of road deaths in the period 2011-2021. Some did exceptionally well. Norway, which is a non-EU member state, minus 52%, Lithuania 50% in this period. And then others had, I would say, some slower progress, and I'm thinking about Israel with only 5% reduction, and Romania with only 12% reduction. When it comes to road mortality, again, a very good improvement between 2011 with the 66 deaths per million population in the EU 27 to 2021 with 45. Again, we should not forget that the pandemic had an influence here. The road safety champion remains Norway in the PIN countries with 15 deaths per million population, followed by Malta, whereas the countries where road deaths per million population, road mortality is higher, are Romania with 93 and Bulgaria with 81. Only one slide on recommendations for the European Union for the decade to come. We do have a target to reduce by half the number of deaths by the end of the current decade, as well as the number of serious injuries. Speed is of the essence, I've written, in two ways. First and foremost, speed of action. We need to take action as soon as possible, national level, of course, but at European level, of course. We're looking forward, for example, to seeing the new proposals for the revision of the Cross-Border Enforcement Directive, Driving License Directive. But speed is of the essence as well, because speed remains, tackling speeding, inappropriate and excessive speeding remains the low-hanging fruit of road safety. And we've been calling for a speed recommendation by the European Union, which would be extremely important because it would help us in improving road safety, but as well as improving the environment and also reducing the energy dependency that the European Union suffers from. Targets, we need to work, of course, towards the target. It is important to keep collecting the key performance indicators that have been agreed at the high-level group on road safety. And we believe it is high time for a fully fledged EU road safety agency, which inter alia could also deal with the accident investigation for anything that has to do with automated and well, the developing autonomous driving. We need to learn more from the current conditions, and we need to make sure that what we learn will be then used to prevent collisions in the future. As I said, the first part of the presentation was on data. For the second part, I would like to talk quickly actually on a project which has just come to an end in May 2022, which is called EURSC, European Union Road Safety Exchange. And this was a pilot project which was funded by the European Parliament and managed by ETSC on behalf of the European Commission. The aim of this project was to support the real exchange of best practice between member states. There were some of them which were more recipient countries, if you want, and some others that were twinning countries which were providing examples of best practice. We did so not by just publishing reports, which would always run the risk of end up collecting dust on a shelf, but we did so by involving the practitioners, the high-level politicians, as well as those who really do road safety in the various countries, with thematic workshops, with study visits, where we took experts from one country to see how things are done in another country. I've put some examples here. For example, in February 2020, we had a study visit for Greece, Poland, and Romania to the National Processing Center for Traffic Offenses in Rennes, France, to see how this center works. It's an excellence in Europe, and it's a great center for enforcement, which we believe that everyone dealing with road safety should have an opportunity to visit at some stage. We did in February 2020 for Portugal a visit to learn more about the way enforcement is dealt with in Ireland, in Dublin. Still on enforcement, April 2022 in Naarden in the Netherlands for Bulgaria, where we could also have the opportunity to study and learn how this monocam works for enforcing mobile use at the wheel. Of course, the study visits were not only about enforcement. Some countries have shown interest in learning more about infrastructure, for example, Lithuania to the Netherlands, and Romania visiting Spain in November 2021, and also Bulgaria and Poland with a study visit on road infrastructure in Austria. We believe, without being too modest, that it's been a great project. It really has allowed us to bring focus on the most important and those that can give immediate results in road safety, and has given the experts from the various countries the possibility to meet like-minded and peers from other countries and learn from one another. It has created long-lasting partnerships. Actually, the cooperation between the various experts has not ended with the study visit, but it is continuing, and they are still exchanging best practice. They are still talking to one another. We've just facilitated the start of the cooperation, and something that makes us also very proud. This has led also in some countries to concrete legislation advances. By participating in the road safety exchange, many countries have decided to implement what they have seen in other countries in their legislation in order to advance road safety. Well, this is it, and I hope I've managed, but I think so, to keep within the time that has been given to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Antonio, for your presentation. I don't know if it's because of your presentation or not, but in this moment we have 145 attendees, 145 delegates.
Notwithstanding
watching
my presentation, Paolo.
No. it's because of your presentation, and very interesting data, and also very important the activity that the SC already done in this EU road safety exchange project, and one of the country involved in this project is Romania, and today with us in our webinar we have the Romanian traffic police representative, the comisar șef în cadrul Poliția Rutieră, Cristian Andreas, and Cristian, vă mulțumesc pentru prezența dumneavoastră în acest webinar și ai 15 minute pentru prezentație.
Bună ziua! First of all, I want to ask if you can see my screen.
Da.
Okay. So I would like to present some things about Romania. As you already seen, our results on road safety are not so good. That's why we are aware that our efforts must be improved in order to achieve better results. First of all, I would like to present to you our organization, especially Traffic Police Directorate, which is a central unit within the General Inspectorate of Romanian Police that cooperates with other authorities, public administrations, association, and non-governmental organization in order to increase the road safety in Romania. The Traffic Police Directorate is in charge of the surveillance and the control of the traffic on the public roads in our country. Between the Traffic Police Directorate, we also have the Highway Brigade and the Special Mission Services, which are in charge with the escorting of official convoys and also with special or heavy transports. Near Highway Brigade and Special Mission Service, we also have 41 traffic services in every county of Romania. They are organized in order to action in all country, and also every road traffic service actions according to our main program, but also they have the analysis and they work in order to reduce the number and the consequences of road traffic accidents on their local area. Our main actions are two principal actions. First of all, we talk about road safety education because we notice that it is necessary to make the people be aware of their consequences when not complying the traffic rules. And also we are talking about firmly enforcing the law. That means that systematically we try to combat the main causes of serious road accidents and also to reinforce the obligation for road users regarding the safety belts, retention devices for children protection, and of course, motorcycle helmets. If we talk about road traffic education, as I said before, we have as main objectives the improvement of knowledge and compliance with traffic rules, as well as making road users aware of the risk.
Christian, please, if you can start the presentation, because we have only the first slide on the screen.
It's only the first slide?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I cannot follow you.
Okay.
At the moment, we have nothing on the screen.
Pause just a moment, please.
Okay, now there is slide number 2 on the screen.
Okay.
But not in presentation mode.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. It me appears it's that I'm sharing the screen. It's better now?
Continue to have only the slide number 2 and not in presentation in the show.
Now it's
Try,
okay?
try now. Press now the.
It's okay?
No, we have the same image.
Sorry.
You can keep like this, and you can just click on the single slides when you are not using the presentation mode, but the editing mode.
Yeah,
okay, now it's
okay.
perfect.
Now it's okay. Now it's okay. Perfect.
Okay, thank you. So we talk about our action methods. We talk about road safety education and firmly enforcing the law. I will talk to you, I said a few words about the national traffic education campaigns and their objectives. Also, regarding the enforcement action, as you can notice, we have our plan, which includes the road poll plan, and it's completed with our special actions organized in order to reduce the number of accidents and their consequences, fatalities, and serious injuries. If we talk about road fatalities, you can notice here the evolution of fatalities between 2010 and 2020. And if we talk about 2020 and 2021, at the national level in Romania, in 2021, we registered almost 5,000 road traffic accidents, resulting 1,779 fatalities and almost 4,000 serious injuries. A very big number, and comparing with 2019, we can say that we have a reduction of total accident and their consequences. We talk about 40% at number of accidents, a reduction of 5% at mortalities, and a reduction of more than 50% at serious injuries. but also we have a lot to do in order to achieve our objectives. Here we have the number of fatalities for every counties of Romania. We have some countries with a high number of fatalities in red, and we try to concentrate in order to reduce the number of these accidents as much as possible. That's why we started some education campaign, such that one that is presented on the slide. It's a road safety education campaign through European funding, called Shaping the Human Factor by Empowering Road Users to Increase Road Safety. And as you can see, between September and October, we realized our first national campaign, and we succeeded to have 750 street billboards at national level, 600 broadcasting of radio spots, and more than 4,000 broadcasting of TV sport that are realized also in order to make people be aware of the consequences in a situation that they are not respecting the traffic rules. The second part of this campaign, the second of this project was realized at the end of 2021, and it was focused on driving under influence and of alcohol and drugs. And we also had street billboards, broadcasting of radio spots on radio and TV. Also, in order to make drivers that are driving on public roads thinking twice when they are decided to drive under the influence of alcohol and drugs. Also, in this campaign, we succeeded to purchase 45 mobile road traffic education laboratories, which includes laptops and other devices where we can bring all kind of road traffic participants, starting with younger ones from kindergartens, and then going to people from primary schools, but also from high schools, and all kinds of persons. And we are trying to explain the rules and explain the consequences when they not respect these traffic rules. Also, we are trying to purchase, and we will succeed till the end of this campaign, which is in 2023. We want to purchase also an educational caravan, which is presented on this slide. When we talk about enforcement activities, also we can say that we are helped by our General Inspectorate of Aviation, and our colleagues help us with helicopters, especially in weekends or national holidays, in order to monitor the road traffic. Always we have road traffic police officer in the helicopter, and he talk with other colleagues from the ground in order to transmit if we have any kind of problems. And also we're concentrating, as I said, on combating the main cause of accident. We are talking here about speeding and also driving under the influence of drugs and alcohol. Also, I can say that just last month we succeeded in Romania to have a new road safety strategy, and our objectives set are to reduce the number of fatalities and serious injuries till 2030 by 50%. And we are thinking that having this road safety strategy together with all other factors involved in this road safety situation to succeed and achieve our objectives. Also, I want to talk to you about a new program that started this year and also will be implemented in next 3 years. A project also to European funding that includes the purchasing for new 300 police cars and new 2 helicopters for road traffic surveillance, exclusive for road traffic. Also, we intend to purchase 2 new 250 speed devices, 45 drug devices, and 1,040 mobile printers in order to facilitate our activities and, of course, in order to contribute the reduction of a number of accidents and their consequences. So if we talk about future measures that we want to apply and want to use in order to achieve our objectives on road safety, we talk about law enforcement action on the first generating causes of accident. Also, we talk about development of partnership with civil society and mass media in order to promote our activities, even they are preventive activities or enforcement activities, and of course their results, in order to make people be aware and respect traffic rules. Another measure is the collaborating with the European bodies and putting into practice the objectives set at the European Union level. And not finally, steps to develop road traffic surveillance systems and to detect road traffic violation, because since now we didn't succeed in Romania to have an automatic system of detecting violation, but we hope to have this in a short time. Thank you very much.
Vă mulțumesc mult, Cristian, pentru prezentarea ta și campania de siguranță rutieră cu rulot și camioane este foarte interesantă. Thanks to Cristian for this presentation, and also it's a very interesting point, this road safety campaign with caravan and trucks is very interesting. 2016-2017, I was for 1 year the chief of the traffic police in the province of Udine. It's the Italian province at the border between Italy and Austria, and Italy and Slovenia. And I remember during this time, my wife, she liked too much to go to seaside, to spend the weekends on the beach in Porto Rose in Slovenia. And I remember that my screen was the vignetta. Use this vignetta to use the Slovenian highways. And today in our webinar from Slovenia, from the Slovenian Traffic Agency, we have the participation of the Magister Sasha Jensbing-Kaffel, and it's a pleasure and an honor for me to give the floor to Sasha for her presentation on the road safety system in Slovenia. Thank you, Sasha, for your presence. The floor is you, 15 minutes, and excuse me, I'm not able to speak Slovenian.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. My name is Sasha Jensbing-Kaffel. I know it's very difficult to pronounce for you.
Yeah, very difficult for me.
Yeah, I come from Slovenian Traffic Safety Agency. I will start sharing my screen. I hope that you will see my presentation. This one. Okay. Do you see it? Can you see it?
Yeah, we see the
okay,
screen,
thank you.
But I don't know if in the slide mode, in the show mode, you have to check this.
Yeah. Now can you see the second slide?
No, we continue to see the first one.
Okay. Let me try again. Now can you see the second slide?
Now we see absolutely nothing.
You see absolutely nothing, unfortunate. Okay. How can we do that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. If you use this system, we can see also the second one. Okay. You can use this system. Yeah. If you use this system, no problem for us.
Okay. Perfect.
Follow the presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Well, I will start with the presentation of our Traffic Safety Agency. It's a public agency and is a central institution for traffic safety in Slovenia. Our main mission is to strive to mitigate the worst consequences of road traffic collisions. We pursue the following objectives. We encourage road users to behave more responsibly and follow traffic regulations, as well as raising awareness about the importance of traffic safety. Our agency is divided into multiple sectors that cover various traffic-related areas, from development and preventive activities to implementing driving exams and supervising driving schools and other authorized organizations. Well, now we'll go to the comparison of the road safety situation in Slovenia with other European countries. We didn't do well last year, unfortunately. The European Commission gave its assessment of traffic safety in new countries for the previous year, considering the criterion of road deaths per 1 million populations. We were at 54 deaths per million. Slovenia ranked somewhere in the middle among the 15 European countries below the average of 44 deaths per 1 million population. The European Commission stated the following for Slovenia: the number of fatalities continues to fluctuate. Following a 22% decrease in 2020, the number increased by 43% in 2021. Compared to the pre-pandemic year, 2019, road deaths increased by 12% in 2021, which was the largest increase in the EU. For several small member states where the number of fatalities is fewer than or around 100, the figure tends to fluctuate considerably from year to year, meaning that the underlying trend can be only seen over a longer period of time. Now here we have the traffic collisions and consequences in the last 5-year period. In 2021, 114 road users died on Slovenian roads. That was 34 more than in 2020, which was 43% increase. Therefore, the number of fatalities in 2021 was the highest in the last 5 years. The Slovenian Traffic Safety Agency drew attention to a deteriorating road safety in 2021 throughout the year. We emphasized that the re-increase in traffic, which resulted from the loosening of measures to curb the pandemic, could lead to a deterioration in the road safety situation. In the addition to increasing traffic, we need to draw attention also to the psychosocial consequences of the pandemic and how they affect individuals and consequently manifest in the road traffic. It is therefore not surprising that driving patterns changed significantly during the pandemic and are unfortunately often reflected in more risky and irresponsible driving behavior. Let's compare now the year 2021 to 2020. The number of severely physically injured in 2021 was 16% higher than in 2020. By the end of 2021, 784 road users were seriously physically injured, only 678 in 2020. We also recorded a 13% increase in the number of lightly injured, a total of 5,654 in 2021, 5,017 in 2020. In 2021, police officers dealt with 17,050 registered traffic collisions on Slovenian roads. That was 14% more than in 2020. The number of traffic collisions with physical injuries and fatalities increased by 12%. We know that people, that means road users, are the deciding factor in 93% of traffic collisions. In difference to vulnerable road users driving while using a mobile phone, driving under the influence of alcohol and drugs, speeding, cutting off other drivers, disregard for driving conditions, and intentional violation of traffic regulations all decrease road safety. Therefore, our agency has doubled the number of national preventive campaigns in 2022, which means that 22 campaigns are going to be going on in Slovenia, each focusing on one of the stated factors, that is alcohol, speeding, driving while using a mobile phone. And we are also preparing a series of regional panels on traffic safety in 12 Slovenian statistical regions. In our efforts to reverse the negative trends, we cooperate in all the campaigns with the police and also with some NGOs and communities or municipalities. We believe that close cooperation with the media is also very important when trying to spread our preventive messages across Slovenia. Therefore, we are also using Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all kinds of channels to get to Slovenians who use roads to be more attentive when driving or being a part of traffic. This is our calendar of national preventive activities. They include also the calendar of road polls, so we try to go along also with road poll activities. Fatalities in traffic collisions by road user type in the period of 2019 to 2021. We recorded an increase in the number of fatalities among all major groups of road users in 2021. The death toll is not the highest among car drivers, as it otherwise common. The higher numbers of fatalities is recorded among single-track motor vehicle riders. A total of 33 riders died in 2021, 22 in the previous year. That was 50% more than the year before. 27 of them were motorcycle drivers and 6 of them were moped riders. This is followed by the number of passengers who died, a total of 32, only 29 in the previous year. That means that in 2021, 10% more died than the year before. The total number of passengers who died was increased by 27%. That's 14 in 2021, of whom 11 were passengers in cars, 2 passengers in trucks, and 1 was a passenger on a motorcycle. Only 11 passengers died in the previous year. We recorded a significant increase in the number of pedestrian fatalities. In 2021, we recorded 15 fatalities, 7 in the previous year. That was 114% more than in 2020. In 2019, 15 pedestrians died. In 2021, the number of cyclists who died also slightly increased, as 10 of them died, 8 in the previous year. In addition to the previously mentioned 5 truck drivers, 3 tractor drivers, 1 quad rider, and 1 tricycle rider died in 2021. All those numbers were also higher than in 2020. The total number of vulnerable road users who died, drivers and passengers of single-track motor vehicles, pedestrians, cyclists, and tricyclists in 2021 was 60, which was 53% of all fatalities. The share of vulnerable road users who died in 2021 was the highest in the last 5-year period, unfortunately. Due to the fact, which was also highlighted by the European Commission, namely that for several small member states where the number of fatalities is fewer than or around 100, the figures tend to fluctuate considerably from year to year. That means that the underlying trend can only be seen over a longer period of time, and the agency prepared an overview of 5-year moving averages for different categories during the implementation of the resolution on the National Road Safety Program for the period of 2013 to 2022. We can see from the graph above that the trend of fatal traffic collisions in Slovenia is decreasing over a 5-year period, which is good, and we hope that we will keep on with this trend. Similar to fatal traffic collisions, we also observe a long-term decrease for traffic accidents with serious physical injuries. And the same declining trend is also observed in deaths per 1 million population. We also have a graph where you can see the persons responsible for the traffic collision by gender in 5-year moving average. A more detailed analysis of persons responsible for fatal traffic collisions by gender also shows a declining trend for both genders. So we hope that we will continue like this. Activities to ensure greater road safety in Slovenia are constantly being implemented. New measures will have to be expanded, while those activities that go beyond traditional approaches to road safety will need to be strengthened. In policy and practice, day-to-day operational activities and communication, all elements of the road traffic system that affect road safety needs to be addressed by all stakeholders. The overall priority of the 2022 to 2030 Slovenian road safety strategy, for which expert bases are already being prepared, is to ensure a systematic approach to road safety in the coming years, based on the best practices and the innovative implementation and management of all key areas affecting the effective implementation of road safety measures. Regardless of all the policies, approaches, and measures, we must always keep in mind that humans are the deciding factor for as many as 93% of traffic collisions. All those who plan, build, operate, and use roads or the vehicles share the responsibility for preventing or reducing the consequences of a collision, while those who respond after a collision are responsible for mitigating injuries. As the pandemic has taught us, the situation in land traffic is constantly changing. When designing new measures and changing legislation, we need to consider new technologies, new modes of transport, automated and connected driving, new behavioral changes, new sustainability goals, and driving practices. The new resolution will also take into account the new reality and all the modern dimensions of traffic. The key challenges that we will tackle are speeding, driving under the influence of alcohol, the use of mobile devices while driving, the integration of new vehicles into the road traffic system, the challenges posed by older drivers, the safe transport of goods, and the provision of appropriate qualification and competencies for all road users. Well, thank you for your attention. I know that we have a lot of work to do, but we will do our best. So let's keep our finger crossed that the numbers for 2022 will be much better than they were in the last year.
Yeah, thank you, Sasha. Very impressive presentation, and thank you also for your full experience in implementing road safety measures in your country. And your participation today is very important for us because underline the importance of the strong cooperation with neighbors countries and the importance to take a look together how and what is happening just a few kilometers outside of our borders, and it's very important to know the very good results your country achieved on road safety and the possibility to learn each other for the expertise on the field. Thanks again for your participation, for your contribution. And now, last but not least, the point of view, the Hungarian point of view. We have with us today Lieutenant Colonel of the National Hungarian Police, Elvira Sinkai. Elvira is a member of the Road Pol Executive Committee, and maybe in the future a little bit more, I hope. And she has from 25 years police officers in Hungary, and currently works at the National Police Headquarters Traffic Enforcement Department, and she's responsible for accident prevention and to give professional guidelines for the regional and the local traffic police forces. Thanks to Elvira to be with us today. I don't try to speak in Hungarian. For my special position during the last 2 years, I live ambassador in Bucharest, but also I have my diplomatic accreditation to Italian embassy in Hungary, but I never tried to learn one word of Hungarian language. I think is one of the most difficult in Europe. And Elvira understand and speak very well Italian, but for me it's impossible to say good morning and police officers in Hungarian. If Elvira want to say us in Hungarian good morning, you can understand my words. I'm joking, and thank you very much, Elvira, for your presence. For you for the next 15 minutes.
I know in Italian, buongiorno, and it's in Hungarian, jó reggelt.
It's not dober dan.
No, it's not dober dan. But it's also a nice greetings, of course. Okay. Thanks. I try to share my screen. I really hope it will work. It's just the first page.
Yeah, we can see the first page.
But it's not my presentation. Wait. It was the same, I think. Yeah, it's just the first page.
Okay, check. Okay, we have the first one.
Can you see the second one?
No, I think you have to press the button of the enable something. It's right in Hungarian. Now, okay. Now we have number of traffic accidents. We have it's starting to work now.
I think it's uploading. I'm not sure in it, but I really hope it will upload the following pages as well.
I think from the number 8 is starting. We have.
Okay. Yeah.
We can see from the number 8. Yeah.
I think it's better to start with some statistic data.
Perfect.
In the situation in Hungary. As you can see on the chart, we have some troubles with the number of traffic accidents in 2022. But I think because of the pandemic, we had very good years during the last 2 years, and it is the reason that now the numbers are increasing again. If we check the numbers of the causers, you can see that 70% of the causers are the drivers of passenger cars. It means that almost 3/4 of the causers are passenger cars. We have, besides the passenger cars, we have problems with bicycles and lorries as well, but we are a transfer country, so it's, I think it's obvious that we will always have problem with lorries and passenger cars as well. The bicycle is a big issue because of the pandemic, the number of the using of the bicycles getting higher and higher, so we have higher and more problem with the bicycle users as well. If we can see the numbers of the causes, you can see that the main reason of the accidents are speeding. I think, not think, but it's sure that it was always the first reason in Hungary, speeding. And after that, not giving way or not giving priority is also a big issue here, and the turning. And if you go further, I will show some examples about the reasons and the issues. As I talked before, the biggest issue is the speeding here. Even though it's no matter that it's a built-up area, sometimes, as you can see on the picture, some drivers can feel free, and instead of 80, normally they can do 153. It was the catch of the day and catch of the week, I think, at that time, but it's not normal. So, so we try to be tricky on the roads, because normally if somebody sees a police officer, they don't want to speed, they don't want to do speeding, or they don't want to make any offenses. But if they can't see any police officers, they feel free. So I don't know the reason why it's so important reading the offense or doing offenses and not respecting the rules. But as not respecting the rules, you can see it's caused always traffic accidents here. On the top, you can see a railway accident. It was the most serious railway accident nowadays. I think it happened in May, when a little truck with, I think, 6 people on board, they went across the red light. They didn't want to see the red light. And of course, the train was coming. And it was a big accident, and 6 people died. It's a very, very sad phenomenon in Hungary this year that more than 40 railway accident happens on the road, and more than nearly 20 people died because of railway accidents. And the third big issue in Hungary is relating with the pedestrians. Normally, drivers, they don't give priority for pedestrians, especially not on the pedestrian cross. It's very interesting because 40% of the pedestrian accident happens on a pedestrian cross here. What can we do as police here? I'm not sure are you aware of the speed system and the speed check system in Hungary, but we have a system called VEDA. It combines with fixed and portable cameras along the whole country. But to be honest, we should have more, and that's why we found out a cheaper solution for fixed cameras. We call them trophy box. It's a very easy tool, as I can say. We can say, and we can turn this tool for both directions, and the people can't see is there any tool inside or not. Normally, we can put the portable cameras inside this box, and it has internet cables and electricity inside. So the pictures can forward immediately to the center, and they can send the fine to the speeders. This box is very practical, and we try to emphasize this preventive feature, because as I said, nobody can see is there any camera inside or not. So we can use it as an empty box, but people see the box and maybe they will use the brake instead of the gas pedal. Besides the trophy box, we purchased some police cars, but nobody knows they are police cars because they are unmarked without any red lights or sirens. But we built some speed cameras inside, and we purchased some onboard cameras also to record offenses. As I said, nobody wants to commit an offense if they can see that there is a police car in front of me or just behind me. But if they can't see the police officers, normally they do, I don't know why, but normally they do speeding and any other offenses. So that's why we decided that we tried to use covered cars and palm lasers. It's an old tool, but we combined in a modern way, and of course onboard cameras. What else can we do? Not just the public order and crime units can use the drones, but we decided that we will use the drones as well for against the offenders. For example, as I said, it's a big issue in Hungary going across the red lights at the railway crossing. So we decided that we implement using of the drones, especially at the railway crossing, and any other roads, of course, using as an observer. And we have different groups not so far from the checkpoints, and they can stop the vehicle and the drivers immediately. They can show the footage about the offenses, and they can have the penalty immediately.
Elvira, just to inform that the presentation is still stopped on number of fatalities. I think you have to start the presentation, the slide presentation mode.
It's a pity because I have really nice pictures. Yes, I can see. For me, it's working. I don't know why.
Yeah, now we have the pictures. I think you have to press the button and follow the presentation. Now there are the pictures on. You can see.
Okay, so I think it was the first, or did you see the second one as well?
It's not number 3 now.
Yeah, and the 4.
Now it's number 4. It's
okay.
A cake.
Really nice.
And now there are several pictures. Main issues is number 5.
Yes. As I told you, the big issues in Hungary: the railway accident, the speeding, and the pedestrian hit and drive, or just a pedestrian accident. I introduced some pictures, and it is what I was talking about, the traffic books and unmarked police cars as a tool against the drivers who commit offenses. And yes, the second options for us, the drones and using body cameras. Very often that pedestrians, they ignore the red light as well, not just the drivers, but the pedestrians as well. So we worked out a method. We use a group. One of the group, of course, the group is it contains with covert police officers. One of them has a camera on the body, and normally they can control the crowd at the pedestrian cross. And after an offense, normally just let the other colleagues know about the offenses, and they stop the pedestrian immediately. And of course, if a car or the driver doesn't want to give the priority for the pedestrians, there is a connection between the groups, and they can stop the cars as well. So it's not a problem, but we can tackle the offenders in this way as well. And what are the effects of the civil people or the civil drivers? When we started to use the onboard cameras, in my unit and all around the country, we collected the most cheeky drivers in a group, and we released some videos and footage about the offenders on the roads. And this video was so successful that we decided that we create a bunch of videos about the offenders, and we tried to make a subtitle on the video that if you do this, your penalty is a certain amount of money, and we put it on the video as well. And it was a turning point, I think, because the police is not so popular here. You know, if it's about checking people and giving fines, we are not the most popular people in the country. But if people can see that, okay, it is not with me, but with the others, and I can see that the police can stop this kind of cars, and they can get the punishment while I'm trying to keep the rules and try to drive according to the rules, it's a great thing. So we had lots of positive comments after the videos that, hey, it's a great job. You should be more often on the roads. You should do more checks, and so on and so on. So it was a positive comment and review after the videos. We had more than 30 videos in the past, during the last and the previous years, and these videos started a flow among the civil people, because they started to purchase their own board cameras as well, and they started to record the road when they were driving. And sometimes, of course, it happened with them as well that the other car drivers committed an offense. So they collected the videos and they sent it to us. And of course, if we had the video, we started an investigation against the car drivers, and also we created videos about the civil citizens and drivers videos, and it's also still a great success nowadays as well. So now we don't have to do newer videos from the official videos, because we have civil videos, and we can create their own videos, and of course lots of punishment because of this. But I think the effect of these kind of videos is that we can find more normal people on the roads nowadays, and we try, or hopefully we can find less cheeky drivers on the roads. And what is for the future? Of course, we try to extend the network of the trophy box. And besides the trophy box, we try to make some development on the VEDA system. Of course, we try to purchase more cameras, but it's really, really expensive. So it's the issue for the future. We try to create or do a newer function for the VEDA system. It is to have, we are guessing how can we give the function following distance. It's for the future as well. And of course, we need more cars, and we need more technical tools to tackle the offenders. So more motorbikes and more cameras will be purchased in the future. And as a member of the Accident Prevention Committee here, I can say to you that we have campaigns, we have competitions for children, for families, to teach them how to drive on the road safely, or how to go across the pedestrian cross safely, especially for children. We have some new ideas how to urge the people, and how to involve the drivers, and how to not force them, it's a very rough expression, but how to involve them to follow the rules on the roads to avoid the traffic accidents. And that's why we decided that we try to develop an application for drivers. It's also a different approach, because normally if you do the speeding, you can give the penalty, and maybe your driving license is in danger. But what about if you keep the speed limit? It's normal. If you have to keep the speed limit, it's normal. But what if we can give a reward if you keep the speed limit? So it was the idea behind this application, because as I said, the main cause of the accident is the speeding, and most of the accidents are committed by car drivers. That's why we decided to use this application for drivers, and not just the drivers, but the passenger can also force the driver to keep the speed limit. And if they can keep the speed limit, they can give loyalty point. And if you have a certain amount of loyalty point, you can buy some things for discount prices with our sponsors. So we have some sponsors, and they can offer different things for you. For example, tires for your car for less money if you have loyalty points, or you can check your eyesight for free if you have a certain amount of loyalty points. So I think, and it's very popular here, this application. And I think it's not just because of the discounts, but I think many of them would like to involve this kind of good ideas or good practices in the future as well. This was from Hungary, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Elvira, for your very interesting presentation. Thanks again for your presence, for your presentation. And I think now our panel one is finished. Now is the most important part of the webinar for my nationals. Is the time of the coffee break. We have only 7 minutes. 7 minutes for the coffee break. I know that is very short, especially in Italy, but we have enough time to have a short espresso scurto. We have our break start again on 10:50, 50, and with the second part of our webinar. In the second part, I will take over the master ceremony stick to Roberto again. Thanks, and see you in 10 minutes. 7 minutes, not 10, 7 minutes.
Well, welcome back to the webinar. I hope that all of you had an excellent European coffee as proposed you by Paolo. And I imagine that all the attendees, or most of them, know that my experience from the world of infrastructures and then session number 1 on law enforcement for road safety was especially rich and informative, with a keynote from Road Paul, the usually, I would say, brilliant presentation of Antonio, and so much interesting information from Romania, Slovenia, and Hungary. I'm now opening session number 2 on infrastructure, state-of-the-art, and investment opportunities for road safety. In the opening of this session, we have the opportunity to have an outlook that is not limited to Southeastern Europe, but is more global. We have, in fact, here Luciana Iorio, who is the chairperson of United Nations Global Forum for Road Traffic Safety. She will address us on a global overview and perspective of road traffic safety policies, the Agenda 2030 vision. Luciana Iorio has a law degree and a Master Business Administration and specialization in diplomatic relations and international policy in public governance and sustainable development. She is working at the Ministry of Infrastructure and Sustainable Mobility in Italy, and she is chair of United Nations Economic Commission for Europe Global Forum for Road Safety. She has also served as a founding chair of the United Nations Road Safety Fund. She is a member of the International Advisory Committee of the College of Traffic Management in Delhi, India. She is member of the jury of the Global Road Safety Film Festival. She is member of TRB Emerging Technology and Law Committee. She runs a monthly editorial for the technical magazine Le Strade. She is regularly engaged for University for Runners in policy dialogue on safe mobility as a catalyst for sustainability, inclusiveness, equity for social progresses, and as well as those that are shaping the future. Genova University, Delft, Bergman, Belgrade. Luciana is my dear friend, and I'm happy to have you here because of the institution and because of me personally. Luciana Iorio.
Thank you, Roberto. Thank you to the colleagues, and I hope that I will manage to share my screen now, and that will be the real challenge. So let's see if I manage that. I have been told how to do, so I will guide you through. And then I have to do something like that. Is it working? Everyone can see that? I hope so.
In this moment, we can see your file.
And then it's going ahead. Is moving. This is the second one. Is that okay?
No. We continue.
Dovrebbe attivare la condivisione dopo aver aperto PowerPoint e scegliere ovviamente la finestra di PowerPoint.
Okay, stop sharing. You see there is always something odd, so I do that. Please bear with me. I do share screen, and then I go here, share. Now, is it working?
Fantastic. Key facts.
Key fact, but the issue is that is it moving? Oh yes, it is moving.
Okay. Moving.
So, okay, thank you for having borne with me with these few seconds. Thank you, Robert, and the distinguished colleagues and speakers before me and after me from this Southern Eastern Europe. Is an incredible, let's say, regional and area, and full of opportunity and full of perspective. And this is why I think it will fit with this approach of the UN vision linked to the Agenda 2030, but also with what we do at the Global Forum at the UNEC in Geneva. So I will not dwell on the key facts because they have already been mentioned by the colleagues, and I will not repeat those excellent words, and I will just mirror, you know, how the fact is that we have these 1 million of deaths on the road, but indeed most of them are related to some region of the world, and we will go back on that. So we heard about from Mr. Chestra, who has an excellent experience, let's say, all over the world at the global level, but now focused on Eastern Europe, how the holistic approach, I liked that, and how transport is considered as an economic drive. We have that in the EU policies, and this is the same mirrored in the UN agenda, also in the Agenda 2030, the future we want, and the declaration we have had since 2010 with the decades of action. Nowadays, we link the transport issues to the other issues such as safety, sustainability, and inclusiveness, which already go together with the transport as an economic drive. So transport has to be safe, has to be efficient, has to be inclusive and sustainable, which is a real challenge for us as a policymaker. So this is what lies in Geneva, and whoever has been attending the UNEC and the ITC knows that this is at the pivoting point. And we have also as a key speakers, keynotes, the UN Road Safety Fund, the special envoy, Mr. Todd. So the same effort done at the UN level is the same done at the excellent EU level in order to really make the difference that matters using transport, you know, creating progress and facilitating the social growth to transport. And indeed, we know that in the Agenda 2030, these are the related goals and targets. Goal 3 and the 3.6 related to halving the casualties, and Goal 11 related to life in the urban dwellings, 11.2. But in truth, we know that these goals are not isolated in themselves. The 17 goals and the 146 targets, they are all related to one another, because if you foster the safe mobility, if you grant a safe movement on the roads, and if you allow transport efficiency, of course you will curb poverty, you will enhance social progress, you will have access to working opportunity, to education, and that will make, as I said, the difference that matters. So it is true that there are transport-related SDG, but it's also true that the SDGs are all related to one another. So this is what I wanted to lead you, because I will leverage on the concept said by my distinguished colleagues who spoke before me, the having an, let's say, omni-comprehensive approach, a holistic approach, an overarching approach. And indeed, when we think of the new mobility, it is not road safety strictly linked to the road as such, but we have a new mobility which is going to affect the environment, the economy, and the demographic. What is the people? What are the people needs? You know, and then we have to move with the 5 dynamics: people, planet, partnership, peace, and prosperity. So indeed, as a policymakers, we have to consider these 5 factors, which will lead us to cast every road safety policy under the umbrella of human, social, institutional, and financial efforts. So everything is entwined, everything is linked to each other, and this is what we should consider when we foster cooperation, and be it in the enforcement field, as for road poll, be it for, let's say, fostering a good transport network, as in USA, be it as involving the Balkan areas, which is full of opportunities and ready to really access to the transport network in its fullness of potentialities, But indeed, this is what we have to bear in mind when we speak of safe mobility. Is not only road safety as such, but it is a wider concept of new mobility. You will find that in the Global Forum agenda. I will not go through the fullness of the agenda, but I invite you to visit the website as per title, and I invite you to, of course, to register and attend the next session, which will be in September. So what is, let's say, what is having the lion's share in our agenda at the moment is the considering of the updating of the Vienna Convention, the Geneva Convention, on the basis of the automotive technology advancement. I have to say that there are so many other topics relevant, but I know that this is a very catchy, it's a very sexy topic, and everyone is just going to aim to the automotive technology. Yes, we are there, we are amending, we are working in order to consider a technology advancement in order to be promotional. But the real issue is automotive technology advancements are going to make the difference only if they are properly ruled. So, of course, technology is the way. This is the way, if you like the Mandalorian spin-off, that was one of the catching phrases. This is the way. It is automated, connected, and cooperative automation, but it has to be properly ruled. It is not a commercial exercise. It has to be a social exercise, the one of promoting automotive technology advancements at all levels. And then through that, we will get to a promotional mobility, which will include, of course, demand responsive transport network, a better quality of life in the cities, mobility as a service, and logistic, of course, were more appropriate along the supply chain. But consider that all these factors, they have to be linked to one another. They have to be cohesive, and they have to be logic in the streamline. So this is why it's difficult to work. And of course, I cannot, let's say, avoid to mention that if you want to have a cooperative, connected and automated vehicles moving on the roads over the next decades, you need a supportive ITS infrastructure. We at the UNEC, there was this ITS roadmap, and I am happy to say that because our chairperson at this moment, Mr. Arditi, Engineer Arditi, has been one of the co-author of this roadmap, which is still very highly appreciated at the global level. So please go at the web link. I cannot go in details because I will steal time to the coming distinguished speakers. So again, you may remember that I said that we have two main goals. One is halving the fatalities, and we heard these the action taken by the at regional level. They are excellent. I have spotted so many interesting ideas, and I'm very grateful. And then we have the smart cities, smart progress, and again, technology advancement, how to make cities smart, how to make them sustainable, how to make them inclusive, considering, the vulnerable road users, the aging of the population. And here we have also the new urban agenda, Habitat Third, which has to be linked with the SDG, the Agenda 2030. So again, all these elements we have to consider in the very global approach of the 5 Ps I mentioned. And then, at Global Forum, and I think that this goes for everyone, we have to think also for the global good. Because, and this is of me, 1 minute of this issue, we are living an era in which we are focusing on I, instead of thinking of us as a togetherness, at the global level. What I do, what I can do, what I represent on the social media. Instead, we have to be more promotional, and the international institutions such as the EU, the UN, and all the other global fora, they have to take on board this call, and we have to follow that, the global good. The idea of playing alone is a bad idea. I will say that the international institutions like the EU, the UN, and all the other international fora, they have knowledge, expertise, and they were created to avoid the criticalities, which led us to very, very serious, sad situations in the far past. So again, global good being together, we keep the promises, no one will be left behind, and we are involving colleagues that we are working with the Southeast Asia, promoting projects which are, let's say, customized on the needs of the region in Southeast Asia. We are working from the colleagues of the Euromed. It is a EU transport project going from Morocco to Syria. You know, all the colleagues, they come, sometimes they attend remotely, sometimes they come to Geneva, but it is good. Again, Euromed project, Rodpol, USR, the UN, do not forget the relevance of international institutions. You know, that is good. And only that is that will, let's say, enforce and realize the concept that no one is left behind, because we have also conscience. We have also social conscience as a transport policymaker. And then the last slide, which is let's be brave policymakers. You know, let's not go after gratitude. Let's not go after golden medals, praises and accolades, but let's do what is good, what stays by the book, what will make road safety a promotional tool for let's say, transformation in the society at the global level. This is what safe mobility should deliver in the next decades for the next generation. And you have all the links here. Thank you very much for this experience. I am grateful for having been involved.
It's me that I am grateful to you. I like, I need to say to colleagues that I like Luciana because she is sharp, she's informative, but she's also inspirational, I would say. Thank you to have spoken of the roadmap that we wrote together for United Nations. It was an old challenge that we accepted, and it was a good success, I think, even after many years. From your presentation, I would say that I was looking at the UN goals that a few years ago, it seems something very specialistic. Now it's changing because my personal and professional life is thanks to the action of United Nations, the action of European Commission that at European level is relaunching this kind of objectives, is more and more these objectives are more and more entering into the daily business of infrastructure operator. This is my personal experience beyond, let's say, the international environment, but in really activities. Now, the colleague Sasha mentioned the sustainability, and is the same for us in Italy. We are committed. We have, for instance, my group has launched bonds for 3 billion on objectives of sustainability, and then we are really committed to achieve this United Nations goal. Anyway, thank you so much, Luciana. It was again a pleasure to be with you. But now I'm passing to Przemek Jan Redzweski, and he is from the Albanian road authorities. He is technical advisor, and he will address us about road safety policy in Albania. He has over 15 years of practical experience in road infrastructure related projects, operation and strategy development. The scope of his expertise is mostly associated with the road safety and traffic management, intelligent transport system, and road user charging. His experience in road authorities capacity building in Poland, Albania, and Georgia. Przemek, thank you to be with us.
Thank you very much, Roberto, for those opportunity to be a part of those distinguished conference, distinguished seminar, and to share with you the overview of Albanian Rural Authority, our scope of duties, our plans, and also to share with you our issues we must definitely take under consideration. Just a few words in Albanian. Përshëndetje për të gjithë kolegën nga Shqipëria, kush janë me jonë sot në këto mbledhje. Faleminderit shumë për bashkëpunimin. Switching to English again. So within those 15 minutes you gave me, I tried to, on behalf of Albanian Rural Authority, I'm trying to give an overview how those national road authority contributes to those particular components of the road safety system approach mentioned to you by you, Roberto, at the beginning. So roads, vehicles, users, and speeds as well. Because definitely ARA, as a key manager in charge for the road safety, has something, a significant role within those components to play with. But first of all, let me start by the short introduction, who actually we are and what we do, because I guess I'm presuming that for many of you, you participants, Albania might not be, let's say, a very known country, especially with the road administration. So as Albania Road Authority, we are 100% a public entity owned by the state-owned implementing agency, under umbrella of the government of Albania, in particular under umbrella of the Ministry of Infrastructure and Energy. The scope of duties is the management of the road network, the strategic road network of Albania. The number of kilometers of the roads we are in charge for is 3,606 actually. Kilometers. We are in charge for the implementing of the new construction project, and also for making an operation and maintenance on the existing road network, as well as the providing the engineering road safety improvements. As I mentioned before, we are a publicly owned institution. The number of employees is on the level of 166. And when it comes to the management area, we are our network is managed by the headquarters of ARA here in Tirana, and also by the 3 regional directorates in Shkodra North in Tirana for the central region, and in Gjirokastra for the northern region. Our annual budget is around 100 million, 15 million euro. But I should also mention that the Albania roads nowadays and recently has been a relatively big construction site, because within our pipeline we have been implementing around 44 new construction and the major rehabilitation of our road network, which gives us approximately 200 kilometers of the new construction. So can you imagine what is the house number of the new construction? So it's 200 new roads, which is, well, significant number compared to the other countries within our region of Western Balkan. However, also within the background of those investment, of those our, let's say, day-to-day activity, ARA has been in the process of the major reform, because now we are moving from the simple implementing agency, simple national road authority, to more result oriented and the let's say business operated state entity, also with the let's say increased number of independency in terms of their road asset management planning compared to the current situation. This is a strategic direction also with regards to the capacity building program, which is currently ongoing within Albania Road Authority, started a few years ago. But getting back to the main concern of our today's seminar, which is the road safety management, I'd like to say that the that Albania Road Authority has been taking care of all, to some extent, road safety-related procedures defined within the EU Directive 2008/96 on the road safety infrastructure safety management. And the delivery of the road safety, I can say that it's within our activities is divided into 4 pieces. So the planning and programming of the road safety intervention, which is definitely the key issue, is having a good assessment of the level of safety of the network. I'll tell a little bit more about this later on. Also, of course, performing the engineering intervention, improving road safety. The third area is the operation maintenance and the traffic management. And here is a big contribution also to the enforcement, which is the definitely important things in the way of collaboration with the services like the traffic police in particular. And last but not least, awareness and education rising. I also tell a bit more about this a little bit later. Getting back to the first area, the crucial for Albania Road Authority is to have a precise, let's say, knowledge and understanding what kind of problems and what kind of the level of safety actually is, having in mind the whole network. So the basic tool has been developed for Albania is the EU directive related tool, a road safety classification. Those two has been developed for Albania within the collaboration of the member state of Poland and Croatia within the framework of the twinning project. So the crucial thing is the identification of the risky section. And then based on that, performing the road safety inspection of the most risky segment of the road, and based on that, I plan the annual plans and do the performing the relevant activities. For this process, Albanian Road Authority possess 3, in my opinion, very decent tools. So the first tool, as I mentioned before, the road safety classification. For some, compared to the IRAP tool, but it's slightly there are some differences. The second tool, which is a kind of very important thing for us, is the instructions and methodology how to perform the road safety inspection, because we would like to have those activities performed in the standard way. And the last but not least, also to some extent based on the PIARC road safety management catalog mentioned by Roberto at the beginning, we developed for Albanian Road Authority a catalog of we call it the typical road safety scheme. So to, let's say, to compare the most accurate technical measure to the problems we occurred during the investigation process or the service process. I'd like also to mention about the tool which is currently under development. We are working on the methodology for the let's say data-driven and economic-driven for the project selection and the prioritization of the road safety-related interventions. And also in the parallel, we are within the process of the implementation of the road asset management system. So IT tool allows us, let's say, to assess better our road condition of our road network of the particular elements. When it comes to the implementation, I can say that those road safety related activities are divided into 4 types of interventions. So the first one is the regular, periodic or routine maintenance intervention, because I should also mention about the fact that the many road safety issues or problems can be easily eliminated by the proper maintenance operations. which is extremely important. Also, our interventions based on the signals and the requests and other kind of activities and inputs provided to us by external stakeholders, like traffic police in particular. There is a very mature level of collaboration among between traffic police and the ARA within this process. Also, within the updated list of the black spots, there is the collaboration between ARA and the Albanian Transport Institute. In practice, it looks like that every single year we received from the scientific institute a list of the most dangerous, in their opinion, black spots to be taken care of. And the last but not least, we do our intervention also based on the international studies projects and the recommendations. In this respect, I'd like to share with you, because we speak about there is no best practices, there are good practices. The things I'd like to share with you, it's the very good practice, easily to be applied, especially having in mind the lack of, let's say, accurate capacity within organization. There is a contractual standard imposed on the all maintenance service provider operates on our roads, that within the 6 months after the contract is conducted, every contractor is in charge for conducting of the road safety inspection to be done by the certified road safety auditor or inspector, and provide to ARA the report. It is tremendous thing because usually the duration of the maintenance contracts are between let's say around 3 years. So it is very good to know the recommendation in terms of the state of play and what's the problem actually. Also, the joint trainings and safety inspection done by the ARA employees, experts, together with the traffic police representative, and also involvement of the international experts as well. Right. So the next, let's say, element, component of the road safety management contribution, it is the new initiative. I mean, it's not new, however, it is getting more and more mature. It is the construction of the road traffic monitor and control system. So the decent intelligent transport system to be covered in the first phase of the implementation, 200 kilometers of the most congested and the strategic road network, but it's expandable things. So we are within this project, we are currently on the detailed design stage of play. So it's supposed to be implementing those first phase plus the National Traffic Management Facility Center to be implemented very soon. I'd like to stress on the fact that the number of road safety services, related services to be served by those systems, it's decent in particular with regards to the traffic management services. With regards to the better dissemination of the traffic and accident safety related information, but also with regards to the very important element stressed within the previous session, which is the law enforcement. So there are within the design, we're going to implement also the section control, speed detection systems service to detect the speed on the average speed on the let's say selected segments of the road, especially when it comes to the tunnels. Not directly to punish the driver, but let's say to prevent them against overspeeding, which is one of the biggest concerns in Albania. Last but not least, we contribute also two very important pillars, which is the education and the awareness raising issues. Very good practice because there's a lack of facilities for the young children and youths in Albania to practice, let's say, the safety behaviors before they go to roads with their bicycles. So since 2020, we've been implementing the project of, we call it the traffic town, so the special education centers, construction of the dedicated facilities, education centers for the kids. They can go and they can, let's say, in the not on the regular public, they can train and they can learn how to drive safely according to the traffic regulations. So far, the one such facility is up and running. The next two facilities are ongoing. So also the number of campaigns promoting safety, this is a crucial thing. So I should summarize that what comes to the next steps and strategic direction, ARA, according to the plan, according to the reform, is putting focus on the strengthening the capacities in terms of the road safety management sector by creating the completely new road safety management sector within the ARA headquarters, combined also with the certified road safety auditors and inspectors, and also to strengthen the regional experts and capacity who works within the regional directorates. A crucial milestone is the traffic management and monitoring system, which I mentioned before is ongoing. But when it comes to the finance and when it comes to the sustainability mentioned before within this session, we would like to, we have been working and we would like to have implemented a multi-annual road safety improvement program. So multi-annual to have, let's say, the sustainability in terms of the funds and in terms of the number of projects within the pipeline. Let me finish those presentation by saying a few words, a few, let's say, key concerns in terms of the road safety level in Albania. So when it comes to the, I mean, we have done the big progress in terms of the reduction of accidents and casualties. However, the still number of casualties is an issue in Albania, because even in 2021, I estimated we have around 70.3 casualties per 1 million citizens, which is a significant number compared to the other EU and countries in particular. So in 2021, 197 victims. And one of the biggest concerns in this respect are the vulnerable road users. We must focus more on the protection of the vulnerable road users because, ladies and gentlemen, around 60 to 62% of whole victims and heavy wounded individuals within the traffic accidents in Albania are vulnerable road users. And this is the fact which absolutely to be focused and oriented more in the many ways as possible. So the strengthening education, because we observe the very bad habits on the road, especially on the interurban roads and the rural areas in Albania. So people are invisible in the darkness. People, let's say, jumping through the dual carriageway roads with the bags. So these are behaviors to be eliminated not only by engineering, but also by the awareness raising and big efforts on the education and the consequences. Thank you very much again for the opportunity to speak to you this morning, and getting back to you, Roberto. Thank you.
Thank you to you for this very interesting presentation. I like especially your approach to classification, ranking of section of roads. The Lucio Anneo Seneca, the Latin philosopher, said that there is no good wind for those sailors that do not know where to go. If you the classification is our way to know where I want to go, this is our direction, and this is the only way to ground opportunities to have a good wind behind you. And then you have also spoken about ITS, and you said this is not new. Well, please let me remark that innovation, and especially in our field, is not research only. Implementation is a real innovation, because you bring the innovation to the people, to the capability, and then I think is really an important kind of action. Moreover, congratulations for this action of dissemination and your attention to the young generation and this facility that you have built. Then, thank you so much. And now I'm passing to the word to this following speaker, not before having said that I've seen in the chat that we grow a bit. We reach more than 174 colleagues now connected, and including the organizer. And then I pass the word to Darko Miceski, head of EU department and IPA coordinator for the Ministry of Transport and Communication. Is a member of the Technical Committee for Road Safety, previously within CITO, a member of the Steering Committee for the Transport Community. And then we have he will address us in contribution of the infrastructure for road safety in North Macedonia. He is a head of department, and he has a working experience of more than 15 years. Thank you to be with us, and you have the word.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roberto, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to participate in this very interesting webinar as well, and also to hear and see all this interesting presentation from the colleagues from all around East Europe. And I will try to briefly explain what is the situation in terms of road safety here in the Republic of North Macedonia. So I will try to share the screen now and to start with the presentation. I believe that is okay with you, that you already see the first slide of the presentation in terms of the contribution of the infrastructure for the road safety in Macedonia. So I will briefly explain you about the most important corridors which are passing here, about the infrastructure projects, about the road safety situation in terms of the relevant authorities which are covering the part and are in charge for dealing with road safety. So as most of you already know, within the territory of our Republic of Macedonia, two very important Trans-European Network 10T corridors are passing. One is the Corridor 10, which runs north-south across the country, starting from Tabanovce to Gevgelia, which means connecting us with neighboring countries, Serbia and Greece. The other one is east-west part, which is Corridor 8.
Darko, we see the cover sheet still. Are you moving the presentation?
I'm on a second sheet. I don't know what is the problem. Let me check.
Okay, now we are on the second sheet, but we are we are looking at not at presentation mode, but at the editing mode. But if you click on each slide, we can see properly without starting the presentation.
Whether now is okay?
Is second slide.
Yes, the second slide. Yes, I'm
in editing mode.
Yeah. Okay. So the road transport is of a high importance of North Macedonia.
Scusate, forse ha un secondo schermo?
But it's okay if you can click in each slide, even if you
yes,
have.
I'm still on the second slide. Yes,
okay,
I'm still on the
perfect.
second slide.
Go on.
Yeah, the idea is that the road transport is of a high importance of our country, and it comprises the road transport comprises the largest share of total transportation of goods. And according to the newest national transport strategy that we have starting from 2008 in 2030, the total volume of foreign transporter road is very high, with more than 97% of total transported goods. So the developed infrastructure in combination with a small overall area enables access to every inhabited place in the country within the less than 3 hours. So I believe now you see the third slide. The road network of state roads in the Republic of Macedonia is comprised of around more than 4,000 kilometers on length, out of which are motorways 1.7%, national roads 6.4%, regional
We are
roads.
still on second slide.
Okay, then I will go like this.
Okay, perfect.
I don't know why it's not rotating, because here it shows me that it's
maybe
rotating.
you have a second screen, maybe.
Yeah, okay. So the regional roads are comprising in overall a network of around 26.6%, and the local roads is of around 65.3%. Road safety is one of the most important elements in the transport policy, which means that long-term sustainable growth and development of a secure and prosperous future for the country can be achieved, among others, through a continuous improvement of the road safety, investment in transport infrastructure, continuous education, raising of public awareness to all road users, and thus securing a safe and free flow traffic. So in these terms, our country, during the development of the new transport policy, especially in terms of improving the road safety, addressed the need for sustainable transport infrastructure, focusing on a better integration, connectivity with the neighboring countries, and also we strive to secure international road safety improvements of the transport infrastructure by placing it as a primary goal in the frame of new transport policy. So, road safety as a worldwide problem is recognized as an issue that is eventually addressed within the less sustainable and the development goals of the United Nations, where the world leaders have included commitments to halve the number of deaths on roads and to provide safer and sustainable transport system for all. The increase of the level of safety in the transport represent a complex, transport represents a complex procedure, which first of all implies an establishment of reliable transport system with sufficient quality to ensure smooth and safe transport for all the road users. Improvement of the road safety in the country is very high on the agenda of the government and represents a common goal of which every beneficiary of transport infrastructure value is. So the process of improvement of the rate of the road safety includes a significant numbers of various stakeholders in our country at the moment. Then why I will explain later on why we are focusing on setting up a new executive body, which will have overall responsibility for in terms of road safety of the overall road safety system in Macedonia. So the imperative is achieving a visible result, which means reduction of number of casualties, injured and accidents, better coordination, long-term legal solutions, and setup of the executive body. The government, and especially my ministry, or Ministry of Transport and Communication, took all of the necessary initiatives in the previous period in order to establish an executive body that will coordinate, initiate, manage, and create activities and measures in the area of the overall road safety, and thus introducing the safe system approach. In terms of responsible bodies and authorities, if you want, which are acting within its responsibilities for, at the moment, for the road safety in Republic of Macedonia, North Macedonia, are separated on several levels, which means starting from the government, where there is a national strategic road safety, national coordination body for the road safety. The main actor as a high state authority is also Ministry of Transport and Communication, including road safety at national level, also responsible for technical regulation and the standards for design and construction of roads, as well as for the signaling systems. And there is a Ministry of Interior in charge of establishing and maintaining database of identified accidents, and also traffic police is responsible for enforcement and traffic safety on the roads. Further on, other relevant authorities dealing with road safety is a public enterprise for state roads, which is national and regional road infrastructure operator responsible for planning, reconstruction, construction, operation, and maintenance of the state roads, as well as for monitoring and analysis of the condition related to the situation in terms of construction, reconstruction, maintenance, and protection of the all national roads. There is also a body which is called the Republic Council on Road Traffic Safety, which is a more or less advisory body appointed by the Assembly, and mainly performs transfer information, organizing campaigns, meetings, web pages, portals, and electronic forums, and it more or less works together with the Ministry of Interior, Ministry for Health and Education in terms of conducting these campaigns. There is also a separate public enterprise for maintenance of public roads, which is responsible for regular winter maintenance, seasonal maintenance, construction, installation of vertical and horizontal signaling, protection of roads, and etc. So that is not always just a statistics. This next slide is showing, let's say, the situation in the previous 2 decades, let's say 25 years ago, starting from 1996. This is a trend of the casualties each and every year, starting from 96 to 21. And the second graph there is the recent reference period and EU comparison. So in terms of this, of the situation, although as you had an opportunity to see the situation, there is a slight declining trend in terms of statistical numbers about the casualties on the roads in Republic of North Macedonia, but this is not the actual case in terms of improvement of road safety, because as we are all aware, and also our colleagues already mentioned, that especially 2 previous years, 2020, 2021, with the period of the pandemic, considering all the measures and lockups which are also affecting directly for the traffic restrictions, closed borders, cannot be concluded that we have improved road safety, bearing in mind that these last 2 years we have lower volumes in terms of casualties on our roads. So besides the social emotional side and economic savings in terms of number of saved human lives on an annual basis, the establishment of the executive body in terms of road safety transport agency in the Republic of North Macedonia, it is at the moment one of the most positive reform measures, investments if you want, in road safety that can be made. In other words, according to the estimation that we already prepared within the technical assistance for composing this executive body, that saving 2 human lives over the year will pay back the first year of investment of this agency. And later on, we expect that after the 3rd year of establishment, the road safety traffic agency will become a sustainable, self-sustainable body. I'll give you also a brief explanation about the history and all the process in terms of the road that we walked for this road safety agency. So we did the establishment of executive body. We believe that we are taking important steps towards improving road safety, building the capacity, creation of multi-sector partnership among all road safety actors, which means police, health, transport, education, NGOs, and as well wider inclusion of the civil society. So such an improvement of the capacities will be present on developing on evidence-based policy, national road safety strategy plans and targets. So we took into the consideration the best practices from the European Union, including Slovenia, Sweden, and different other countries that shown that member states commit to ensuring an effective road safety management system and seek to achieve strong results and focus through their institutional management arrangements. So this focus requires a clear identification of a lead road safety authority, such as road safety agency. So the establishment of this with the establishment of this road safety agency will set the country on the track and contribute to deliver a United Nations target of 50% reduction of the road deaths and serious injuries targets for the second decade of road safety improvements, which means starting 2021-2030. So the little bit of chronology, we started, let's say, 10 years ago with the first project you funded in terms of preparation of study and action plan for improving of the road safety along the core and comprehensive CETO network in Macedonia. Afterwards, the working group for establishment of an executive body was composed within the ministry. And we managed over the EU integration facility instrument to achieve technical assistance and to get technical assistance from the European Union in terms of engaging experts and helping us here, especially from the working group, in order to prepare the budget, the Systematization Act, Organizational Act, and draft national law for establishing of this road safety agency. At the moment, the draft law is on a final consultation within the intergovernmental procedure with all the relevant stakeholders, and we expect that by the second quarter of this year, 2024, to go the law on to pass all the procedure in terms of governmental procedure and the procedure of the assembly. And it is expected, according to the plan, that the agency will be established by the end of this year, 2020. So in terms of the road safety projects, I can inform you that within the priorities of the Ministry of Transport, including all the relevant stakeholders which we are dealing together, which are public enterprises for public roads and public enterprise for rails, we are putting road safety and also rail safety very high on the agenda. And therefore, we have a lot of projects which are ongoing. A lot of them are already finished, but also within we are proposing some of the projects within the new Safe and Sustainable Transport Program, which is just a month ago introduced by the European Union. So in these terms, I can mention here a few of the projects, which is preparation of study and action plan for improvement of the road safety, projects for improvement of the road safety under IPA 2 instrument, which means reduction of black spots, introducing, implementing, installing, if you want, the guardrails according to the EN 1370 standard, study and deployment of the intelligent transport system on the road corridor, which is ongoing and financed by the World Bank, especially preparation of study. And by the end of the year, we expect that the project, and probably in the beginning of the early next year, we will start with deployment of an ITS on the road corridor 10, which is one of the main corridors in the country. There was also some projects IRAP on the road safety assessment, reconstruction and placement of traffic signs, and also other projects are system for monitoring and management of lightning, international road safety advisors for the public enterprise for state roads with a different task. And as I mentioned, we are putting a lot of focus, a lot of effort in increasing the road safety in terms of, first of all, introducing this finally executive body in terms of road safety agency, and we all still hope that it will be operational starting from the next year in order to introduce the safe system approach in the country. And also in the meantime, we will continue to we will proceed with investing in the all types and all different projects which will contribute for improvement of the road safety. Thank you for your attention. That is from my side. As far as I can, I believe I was within the time frame. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Darko, for this interesting speech. It is important. You mentioned that the government has very high in the agenda the subject of road safety. This is one of the pre-requirements that, of course, you need to have for road safety. It is also reported in the road safety manual of the PIARC. The establishment of the Road Traffic Safety Agency is a second important, very important step, because you have the opportunity to create a multi-sector partnership and with specific targets. And then this is important to transform the political will into let's say reality for your citizens. Very interesting speech. Thank you so much. And now I'm passing to the following speaker, back to my Italy, back to a good colleague, a friend of us, Luca Persia, is from the University of Rome, will address digitalization of road safety infrastructure, safety management procedures. Luca is Professor of Road Safety and Sustainable Mobility Policies and has been coordinating several EU, World Bank, and UNECA funded research projects on road safety in low, medium income countries. He is currently coordinating the scientific support to the Italian Ministry of Sustainable Infrastructure and Mobility for the development of the Italian Road Safety Plan 2030. Luca, thank you so much to be here. You have the word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope the presentation is visible to all of you. Please inform me whether
it is in editing mode.
Okay, I'm trying to switch it to. Okay, now it should be
fantastic.
Okay, thank you so much. So I will say something about the digitalization of road infrastructure safety management procedures. And more in details, I will introduce, at least from my point of view, the concept of digitalization in road safety. And then I will move on to the road infrastructure safety management procedures, presenting some innovative tools, mainly from our experience in the Research Center for Transport and Logistics of the University of Rome, Sapienza, where I work. I will start from an experience I had a couple of weeks ago, attending finally presence an international conference of road safety. And I must say that if I compared the contents of this conference with the contents of other conferences on road safety from 3-4 years ago, the context was completely different. So it seems now that most of the research topics addressed in the recent past are somehow outdated. And the focus is completely, at least from the research point of view, is completely on innovative concepts. So I tried to list the most common words used in this conference, starting from big data, ITS, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, machine learning, and so on, arriving to the cooperative and connected autonomous vehicles or mobility, other systems, satellites, and so on. So we are living a new generation of road safety research topics and activities. But the question is, are we sure all of us really know what do they mean? How do they work, and how all those systems can interact between each other in order to create a real added value for road safety? And moreover, what is the time schedule for real life implementation? So I tried to clarify a bit the situation, at least from my point of view, considering 4 groups of four scenarios. The past, the current scenarios with the use of long-term offline data, which we use for offline road safety planning. Already now and in the short term, we are increasing the use also of short-term offline data, which we use again for offline road safety planning. In the medium term, it is expected that the offline data will be nearly completely substituted by online data, which we are going to use for online traffic management and accident risk reduction. What does it mean? We expect that we will no longer base our analysis on ex post data, but we will be able to collect, integrate, and manage a so big amount of online data, allowing us to manage road safety in real time, so preventing accident through specific measures. Then in the long term, all of us expect to have the full autonomous mobility with at least a lot of people say a nearly complete accident risk minimization. More in detail, when I think of the scenario 1, I'm thinking of the road accident data from police reports, so 3-4 years data. That's why I say the long-term offline data. Also for traffic, we usually refer to the annual average daily traffic. So again, an offline data, very average, I would say, and data on infrastructure drawn from existing databases. Then we started also using additional data, which we can collect in shorter terms, and not only based on accidents, but also on other situations, which can give us information like the near misses, so the risky situation, which we can collect through cameras, drones, analyzing the traffic trajectories, and hazardous points for specific locations of the road infrastructures. Also, we already use floating car data. We are starting using the data from smartphone for the demand analysis, and we are able to collect data on road infrastructure through automated and easy tools. And then, as I said, in the medium term, we expect to have systems that, based on the instantaneous knowledge and analysis of traffic volumes, traffic speed, traffic density, weather conditions, and many other sources of data coming from different sensors, also including the ground sourcing, so data coming from users, should allow us to manage the traffic in real time through information broadcasting and through direct actions. We saw a very interesting list of this kind of possible traffic management tools in the presentation from the Albanian colleague, so that we can minimize the risk on the road. Is it really feasible? I think that there are some problems also with the user acceptability, because are we sure user will be so willing to accept to reduce their speed, to change their path, and so to increase their travel time in order to lower their risk level? This is an open question. And the same question is open for the long-term scenario. This is an idyllic scenario with people traveling in beautiful shuttles, people well dressed, very elegant, watching TV, reading books, working, relaxing, listening to music, and so on, and minimizing the risk of accidents. Are we sure this will be the reality, and when it will be? So there are a lot of problems. I will not enter in all of them, starting from the investments, the conflicts between the community and user objectives. Again, in terms of speed, users are interested to reduce their travel time, while community is interested in reducing the speed, so that minimizing the risk of accidents and the impacts on the environment. Anxiety, risk of vandalism, speed level, high level of cost, again, risk of failures and the risk of hacking. And so there are a number of doubts, including the time schedule for introduction. This is just an estimate from a well-known Australian research institute. They say that in the more optimistic scenario, we will have 50% of traveling autonomous vehicles between 2050 and 2060. But we know from the research projects, international research projects we are involved, that we are having a lot of problems with the real life pilots, because those vehicles perform, I would say, very badly. I would say not so well in mixed traffic. So the time schedule for introduction is really doubtful. Road infrastructure management procedures. So let's go to the focus on infrastructure. I will refer on a report we produced. I had the pleasure to coordinate for the International Transport Forum, analyzing those kind of procedures aimed at studying, analyzing, and improving the level of safety of infrastructures from different points of view, and looking at all the steps of the road life cycle, starting from the planning and design, and then on to the construction, the normal operation, including maintenance and renewal, and then the correction of hazard and hazard situation, until to the major upgrading and renewal, starting the life cycle of a new infrastructure. So I will not enter into all the RISM procedures. Most of us are familiar with them, even because some of them we looked at a larger number, but some of them are including in the European directives, both the first one in 2008 and the amendment of 2019. Like road safety impact assessment, audit, inspection, network safety ranking, and from last amendment of 2019, also the road assessment program. Those procedures request a different kind of data and are implemented in different way in different countries. So it's interesting to see from this picture showing for the countries we included in our survey, which country, or better, which of the 6 steps of the road infrastructure life cycle are fully covered by the implementation of RISM procedures in different countries. And we can see, if we look at the 3 Eastern countries we had in the panel, Slovenia, Hungary, and Czech Republic, that those Eastern countries were among the best performers. So this is promising, also in line with what we have seen in the previous presentation. So what can we do? Linking the first 2 parts of my presentation, digitalization and road infrastructure safety management procedures. What can we do to support the implementation of the RISM procedures through specific tools in order to digitalize the process? So I will just briefly mention some experiences we made in our research centers, along with other international research center, in this case with the BIAS, the Belgian BIAS, and SVOB from the Netherlands. We developed for the World Bank a decision support system. We have done it for the Republic of Cameroon, but then we have implemented it also in other countries and in several regions in Italy. We developed a decision support system aimed at improving data collection, analysis, and definition of the network safety ranking, arriving through a scientific-based process, arriving to the application of efficiency assessment tools, mainly cost-benefit analysis, to the choice of the right countermeasure. So these are just some picture. I'm looking at the timing of my presentation. The system is able to collect several sources of data and is able to locate automatically the position of accidents or to geocode accidents for which geographic data are not available, but only based on the address and other information like this, to match the data coming from police with the data coming from hospitals, and then to implement a decision supporting process based on the network safety ranking, arriving to the definition, analysis of causes, and the definition of possible interventions, analyzing it through cost-benefit analysis. And looking at another recent procedure, the road assessment program, still for the World Bank, we develop an information system supporting this process in a simplified way compared to other existing methodologies requesting more complex equipments and so also higher resources. So in these cases, we develop a system based on the simple use on the normal camera and of a smartphone with specific apps installed. And the system is able to collect along a road the information on the risk factors for pedestrians, cyclists, and motor vehicles, a huge number of data which are collected through the video, through the app, but also manually and using OpenStreetMap, which is an important source of information. Then producing a video, which are automatically analyzed by the system, and also using free of charge app, which everyone can install on his smartphone. And finally, I would like to mention also another source of data, which is, to my view, potentially really important, which is the data coming from the users. Crowdsourcing is becoming more and more popular in different planning processes. That's what we have done, applying it to the road safety processes at different level. This is an example coming from the Safer Africa project, so applied at the continental level, but on the other hand, it can be applied, or better, probably the best situation to apply it is at the local level. And this is an example of the Rome municipality urban mobility plan. This is all from my side. Thank you again for the invitation and for listening to me.
Thank you to you to have brought to us a very interesting information. Well, it's a common experience that technology is impacting on our life. More and more we have technology, more and more this is changing our life. You have shown today how the road research, in the road research also, the technology is impacting, is changing the targets, is changing the opportunity. Well, real-time management of safety, it's a fantastic challenge that you deliver to road operators and policy officers that are today today connected. This is something very, very strong as a concept. As far as I'm personally concerned, I was interested to this study on near-miss accident. It is something that I need to admit that it's something that I would like to start testing, implementing, so in the 5,000 kilometers motorway that we are operated by my organization. On the other hand, I fully agree with your concern about cybersecurity, because more you make the system complex and dependent from technology, especially I would say in the war period like today, more is you are at risk of having a malicious attack to your processes, and then we need to be very careful on this. And interesting also those tools that you have developed to decision support system for different kind of administration, because it's something that we need to have and we need to use in order to implement the improving technologies. And then that's all. Thank you so much. And
thank you.
Thank you. And then I'm introducing now the following speaker. She is Irina Mella-Burlaco from Vita International. She will address us on research, manufacturing, and on-site innovation for road traffic injury prevention and emergency management. Irina is the CEO of Vita International, RoadLink Italy, and Vision, groundbreaker companies in the field of innovation for infrastructure safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Engineer Arditi. Let me share my screen now. Okay, here we go. So I would like to thank also PIARC Italia and RoadPol for the opportunity of participating in this webinar. And first of all, as an European citizen, because I am born in Romania of Hungarian mother tongue, and I am currently living and leading a group of privately held companies in Italy. So therefore, I'm bringing my contribute as a manufacturer for the perspectives of the road safety. Here's a brief introduction of what I do with my valuable team of professionals. So the first company, Vita International, which was founded in 2014, is one of the leading manufacturers worldwide of mixed wood and steel barriers. On the international scale, we have the most extensive high-performance range of wood and steel barrier models. We count 28 CE certified products, and they have many possibilities of customization. Vita is an environment protection-oriented company, and we are proudly a carbon neutral company, as we compensate all our emissions through investments in ethical and environmental projects. Recently, Vita has also developed a low power monitoring IoT system for voltage joints applied to road safety. RoadLink is the second company, is born in 2019. And is born from the idea of offering 360-degree assistance to the road safety customer, offering all the complementary products that are not wood and steel barriers, but steel barriers, crash cushions, cycle, pedestrian protections, and besides the most trending innovation of the moment, which is guardlet. The third one is acquired by the group in 2021, is Wood Solution, that manufactures since 2009 sound absorbing and sound insulating noise barriers. We organized this event, which is called Visione Sicurezza, This is the annual meeting with immersive and highly formative experiences. In 2020, we had our participants assisting to real-scale crash tests. But in 2021, instead, we organized an experience of driving a GT on the Monza circuit. And with the partnership of friend companies, the annual meeting has grown in a bigger scale project of conference and meeting for road administrations, project managers, and local institutions. And the last, but not the least, of course, we disseminate technical culture related to the safety of the infrastructures through the newborn magazine, which is a Vision Journal. So we saw sustainable safety. This is the slogan of our group. And we saw ideas, we cultivate them with passion, and we make them grow consciously. We have our 3 core goals, which is research and development, networking, and deepening of the technical culture. So as Mr. Chestra mentioned at the very beginning of the webinar, and also Mrs. Iorio in her very nice intervention, so when technology, policies, and culture are woven together, also at every level, also in the workplace, they create a fabric that is the organization we experience. So how we shape and weave these 3 important threads as the organization transforms is what separates success from mediocrity. And sharing a common vision is a critical component to weaving these threads together in a way that leads to success. We most often think of vision in business in terms of a single and compelling company vision. But it is important to have that overarching company and the sector, in our case, the road safety vision, well expressed and shared. And it is equally critical to have unique visions for individuals, entities, departments, with a shared purpose and value. This explicit expression is key to the vision becoming commonly shared. And our group of companies uses a very consistent and straightforward method to develop these visions and concepts. This concept of creations that have been crucial in keeping people focused not only on the what and how, but also crucially the why. So I'm going to illustrate briefly a couple of accomplishments of our research and development department. The first one is the most trending innovation of the moment on the Italian road network, and it's called GuardLED. This was developed with the intent to reduce the light pollution by illuminating the road from only 40 centimeters of height, and enhance the safety for vehicular traffic. GuardLED is a totally innovative and multi-sectoral patented solution that has no competitor products. GuardLED is a road lighting technology based on a reversal of perspective, lighting not from above, but grazing, using a support like the devices already present on the roadside, such as the guardrails. It is in line with the European standards for lighting and for road safety, which are the EN 13201 and EN 1370. So therefore, the guardrails become threads of light capable of uniformly illuminating the road without light pollution on the surrounding vegetation and for the benefit of users' visibility. In one formula is pure sustainable safety and lighting. Light pollution is intended as an unintentional, misdirected or unwanted artificial illumination. So there are, in the European Union, there is the green public procurement criteria for road lighting and traffic signals, which advises stakeholders on implementation once they decide to install new lighting. They are currently implemented in the national legislation of the United Kingdom, of Czech Republic, Slovenia, France, and regional legislation that is currently implemented in Spain, in Catalonia, and in Italy, in all 20 regions. So some of the advantages of the system rely on the increased active safety, intelligent guidance and warning, greatly reduced light pollution, and installation and maintenance savings for the road management. The second one is Draco. This is an example of IoT innovation at the service of the safety of road and also of railway infrastructures. This is an instrumented washer to be associated with any type of bolted joint by means of a tightening torque. This is applicable on guardrails, noise and integrated barriers, portals, metal bridges, tunnel systems. The sensor which is integrated in the washer is a strain gauge, and the signer that is emitted is a radio signer. Draco monitors the tightness of the couple by returning without the need of a human operator on the site a series of parameters that will allow to study the behavior of the structures through trend analysis. The data is transmitted to a dedicated portal via 0G sustainable transmission network. This is already present through the Sigfox network in whole Europe. The biggest advantage of the system consists in the remote monitoring of the structures and the need of physical control, the presence of an operator only in the event of an alarm. So therefore, enhanced safety for the maintenance personnel and the continuous and, let's say, a low-cost monitoring for the road authority. Our third goal, which is the networking, Visione Sicurezza is the natural consequence of our goal, because we build a relationship and sharing the common mission and vision with our suppliers, the institutions, installing companies, authorities, and professionals. And the event that we organize annually counted in the last edition of October 2021 over 300 participants under this brand name, Visione Sicurezza, a new vision for the safety of the infrastructures. And the next date is 12th of October 2022. And by large request is a re-edition at the Monza circuit. So this year, the event will welcome also international guests and will feature live laboratories with demonstrations and conferences. We will have the patronage of PIARC Italia, which we thank already. So as it is, we can read also in the national press, on Forbes Italia, they told that the Monza circuit will become again the meeting point of the community of the new infrastructures. So our third core goal, the deepening of the technical culture, has taken shape as an online magazine for now. This is the newborn Vision Journal that was launched in late April 2022. And as a new player in the panorama of specialist information on transport infrastructures has become already very popular. So I leave you with a few screenshots of the journal that I invite you to browse on the website and to contact us to contribute with your news. And I thank all the audience for the kind attention.
you so much. It is interesting that the industry also could be committed to concrete results, to concrete actions towards road safety. The integration of traditional and innovative technology is an interesting approach to pave the way towards safety of infrastructure. Then see you at on October 12th in Monza, and congratulations for the online magazine. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Be with us. And now I'm leaving the word to the last speaker before the final roundtable. She is Eleonora Cesolini. I met her when she was director at ANAS, and I'm happy to meet her again here as general manager of ISICO. She will address us on continuous monitoring of bridges, the challenge of change. Eleonora, up to you. You are muted, Eleonora.
Okay.
Now it's okay.
Okay, sorry. Good morning, everybody. Let me just share the video. I don't understand. No? Okay. I can't see my screen. Mi puoi aiutare, Roberto, da condividi? Finestra?
Condividi.
Ah, eccoci, ok. Ok.
Ok, vediamo
That's
in
fine.
formato.
Can you hear me?
Okay,
Can you hear me, everybody? That's fine.
Fantastico, fantastico.
Thank you so much. And good morning, and everybody. Very happy to be here and meet all of you, colleagues and experts. Okay. And thank you all for this invitation, the opportunity of presenting experience of ISICO in the field of bridge monitoring, is sharing our present work for bridge safety. So we are slightly changing our point of view, but still focusing on safety.
Mi scusi, può tenere il microfono un po' più lontano dalla bocca, se no si sentono i fiati.
Ah, scusi, ma meglio così? Perfetto. No, era perché... Ok, meglio?
Meglio, grazie.
Everybody knows everybody knows that the collapse of the Burundi Bridge has left a deep wound, 43 victims and a huge class action. And we know as Italian and we feel the responsibility of our history, and as engineer I would say also the duty to grant safety, public works where bridges are most very important, main critical parts. So we do thank Roadpol for its effort to increase road safety, to promote better regulation, where continuous monitoring of bridges is the most important actual challenge of change. And let me say, it's supposed to really deeply influence reference scenario in the next future. Let me spend a few words on the ISICO. ISICO is engaged in road safety since more than 30 years, where it operates as test center and a notified body for restraint system, as well as in road inspection, design and engineering. But now the challenge in the field of bridge assessment is going to become more and more important for us. And we are now ready to provide new solutions to increase demand of safety coming from all stakeholders. In this scenario, main scope and inspiration of our work is answering to following question. How do we monitor bridge performing during its design life? Is there a standard procedure to verify them? And moreover, does the visual assessment provide objective measurements? We very well know that the human judgment could be a real problem in this field. And moreover, is the risk adequately mitigated? The answer to this question are given by the BeSafe solution, specifically designed by ESICO for this purpose. BeSafe is an innovative supporting platform able to provide a more efficient management of any infrastructure to the assessment of bridge health conditions and in full compliance with the mandatory guideline issued by the Italian Ministry of Infrastructure, the Italian Infrastructure Authority. During 2021, it was applied to 80 bridges or railway networks and to some important example of highways bridge. And it's also covered by patents. In this solution, the data mining, the data collection, inspection are made by drones. They generate videos which are processed to automatically identify defects. Traditional methods are outdated by 50% shorter inspection time, lower cost, and very high accuracy, 100% success in defect detection. So we obtain very high accuracy, also thanks to the thousands of photos available from surveys performed in the field. Going ahead, the post-processing procedure, there is an input phase where orthophotos are extracted by the digital model built by the drone. During the processing phase, by artificial intelligence is used to identify and quantify the defects, providing an objective set of data. And at the output, for the output step, the final validation of output provides a data-driven assessment of the bridge, free from the individual judgment. You can see an image of this kind of data processing, where defects are very precisely identified and quantified, and very high accuracy is obtained by comparison of thousands of photos available, high reduction of time needed, and mistakes. Going ahead, then the digital twin is ready to summarize defects and gravity. We can see the tag of defects on the image of the bridge. And at the end, a 3D digital twin of bridge is transferred to BIM environment. And this is the new frontier of BIM is really deeply interesting and performing. In fact, output well represents effective condition of each part of the bridge, which can be easily taken under control. You can see the 5 different colors from green to red provide complete smart tool to the decision support system available for the road manager. And it's quite clear that or just a critical part can be also monitored. The health structural monitoring system can be easily integrated for monitoring purpose only where needed to manage bridge over time for a really better scheduling of maintenance operation, allowing a continuous studying and dynamic monitoring of bridge condition. Let me also add that this kind of procedure, the prototype of this platform has obtained the Seal of Excellence from the European Innovation Council, which is the European program to finance innovation throughout Europe. And it was really, we are really very proud of this important quality label. And let me just conclude that with why now? Why now? Because we know very well that after Japan, Italy is the country with the highest number of bridges, where 12% of them have almost reached their design life. And present Italian guidelines, let me say, are the most advanced standards all over the world. So if consider that age of bridges does not allow further delay in control operation, what is really clear, there is a dramatic need of a fast, low cost and reliable methodology able to schedule maintenance, exactly as the National Recovery Plan asked to all public authority in charge of infrastructure. So thanks for this opportunity of presenting our excellence. Thanks to all of you for all attention, and my wish to everybody is be smart and be safe. Thank you so much. If you have any question and any curiosity, I am available. This is my email. Thank you so much, Roberto.
Thank you so much, Eleonora. I think that the resilience of infrastructure is one of the key drivers of the current action of infrastructure managers. This fact is especially important in Europe in this period because the network is growing old. This is the US network is about 10 years older than our network, and they start last decade to experience those problems that Europe, the European network is experiencing in this period. And then even more important is your excellence in using new technologies in order to be more proactive in the management of bridges. We are also looking to this kind of situation, and we are trying to implement this technology as well. Then very, very interesting speech. But now we are at the final round table on the safe system approach and perspective. We have two distinguished speakers and two moderators. Paolo Cestra will help me in order not to be overwhelmed by such distinguished guests. And then we will discuss on the perspective with Claire Desprez. Claire is I know her when she was in charge of ITS in the European Commission. Before that, I think to remember she was in the cabinet of the general manager of DG Move, and now she is the main officer for road safety in the European Commission. The other expert is Pierluigi Coppola. Pierluigi Coppola is associated professor at the University of Milano, and he was recently engaged in a very important business. He was in the team of high-level advisors of the Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport. He was now he's in Milano, but I think before he was in Roma as a professor, and he has also had some lectures at the famous Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And then this is our team. I will make some question to our guests, and Paolo will close on each one of the topics. And then I would like to start with Claire. Claire, we are living in a very critical period. Big facts, game-changing events are happening around the world and Europe. The disease, the war, the economical and the ecological crisis. By the way, now in Italy, we have very big problems of water. Some of these facts are directly impacting the mobility with sensible consequences on road safety also. Moreover, I see, and even more I imagine, that some of these events call for a renewed role and policy from the Commission. I ask you how the policy of the Commission is changing and which are the current priorities in the field of road safety. Claire.
Buongiorno a tutti. Good morning still, everyone. It's not an easy question, Roberto, because it goes actually very much beyond the road safety field. But I think we can take for granted that also in road safety, many things are changing. They are changing in terms of, generally speaking, the flows of people, the means of transport they use, the typologies of accident, the population affected, youngest, elderly one. And so I think the easy answer to your question is that we have to adapt quicker, be always a little bit on top of the wave. And of course, it's not an easy things to do. I will just take the example of the electric scooters. We already in my previous capacity, we engage a lot with local authorities, with member states, and the solution to take the direction to take and how to enable certain things to happen, but still making sure that, you know, the deployment happen in a safe manner is not easy at the beginning of the deployment of the solution. It's also not easy when you have a bit of return of experience from the ground. So to answer this question, I think that we need more data for sure to be able to react more proactively to the point, and there's a lot happening. I would not say at EU level, because it's a lot of things are happening at national level. What we do at European level is try to help with facilitating the access to the data so that we can learn much quicker one from another, and try also to be able to take the right conclusion in terms of fatalities and serious injuries. The other element which I would like to bring in, which is not really a change in the policy, but it's certainly a confirmation and a reinforcement of the need to stick to this safe system approach. We have been talking a lot about this today, and I just want to flag that for me, the safe system approach is one thing. We need to have different competencies working much more together. To the example of the event you have brought, you have put in shape today is already one of the concrete example of what needs to happen. But we need much more. We need to go outside of the road safety bubble. We probably need to work much more with the health sector, something that we are not enough stimulating. And certainly we also need to work much more, I think, beyond public authorities and with private stakeholders. So that's for me what is one of the core pillars of the safe system approach. The other one is that we put the user at the core of the policy. So it's not that we should continue working inside, or it's not that we should try to elaborate solutions that will solve probably part of the problem, but by really putting those who are more those who are more facing, let's say, a potential insecurity on our roads should be the element that trigger discussion, solution, innovation, deployment. So what are we doing right now? Plenty of things. We are working on with member states on behavioral aspects. That's the revision of the driving license directive, which is in the making, as well as an increase of cooperation between member states on enforcement, cross-border enforcement of road safety offenses. I know that this is also one of the areas where the colleagues from RoadPol are providing input and are also certainly discussing on a regular basis. The other element I want to mention is indeed the infrastructure. We discuss a lot infrastructure today, so that's quite relevant. So here we have the RISM directive, the Road Safety Infrastructure Management Directive. We ask member states, and member states have taken the commitment to come by 2024 with a network-wide assessment. And for this to happen, we are working, and based on the lot of input that are already available, we are working on a methodology to define the safety of the network, to identify the right parameters. Pilot project ongoing in almost all member states we are speaking. So soon we will be able to draw the conclusion if we get it right with the methodology, whether things need to be adjusted a bit. But so the aim is to be able to enable of course the policymaker at the end of the day, those who will keep the purse and decide on the priority, to do it with more elements in the hands. And I also want to get back to second zone automation, because it was discussed earlier on in the morning. Of course, we always say that automation will change the world. And I like this topic a lot, but equally, and I have started saying this on a regular basis, the big change that I encounter in my new position is I'm talking about road safety, but on a daily basis. I'm getting figures from member states on a monthly basis. Every month you open a file and you see how many people have died and how many serious injuries you had. So it changed drastically the way you want to provide input, the way you want to enable solutions. So we certainly need to continue to work on connected, cooperative and automated mobility. But we also have to remind ourselves that if we put the human at the center of the safe system approach, we will need to integrate also that dimension while we are bringing automation on our roads. Voilà. And so the last point that I want to mention, also in reaction of the comments Paolo made at the beginning of today's journey. Yes, COVID was great from a road safety perspective, but the preliminary road safety statistics that we have for this year, for last year, for 2021, shows that we are already eating. We are already recuperating, let's say, the usual trend. And so I would like just to continue with, I would just like to finish by saying, do we really want to get back to normal in road safety? And so depending on the answer, then we take the necessary conclusion and solutions.
Thank you so much, Claire. Your slogan is user at core of the solution. I like this because we are working for citizens, and then it is something that we need to have. And then your action is on behavior, on cross-border enforcement, on network. The network-wide assessment of 2024 will be very interesting to be read by expert in the in the seminar of today, and generally of an expert on road safety. But for me, is especially interesting the methodology that you are working on. You know that my team is working on in performing the analysis of road safety on 1,500 kilometers of the Trans-European network, and then it's interesting to see what you are thinking of. Paolo.
Thank you, Claire. Totally agree with your vision, and to put the users in the center of the system, I think is the best way to obtain results in the near future. And also we have the same vision on this safe system approach inside an holistic vision on road policing. You know my position as president of Honor of Road Pol on the change of vision from traffic to road, because especially on the field of law enforcement in the past, it was the vision focused on the traffic rules, not on the roads rules. That is too much different. And also because of this, I think is my opinion, and if it's possible to have also your vision on this, we need to be flexible, to be very flexible with the new challenge that the road safety put on the table. And from my point of view, it's important in the near future for the law enforcement point of view, is important to start to harmonize the rules, to have one common basis of the rules. At European level, we have the best practice. In this case, is really a best practice of the social rules for EV vehicles and transportation of goods. There is the same rules for all the European Union. Different are the infringements in each state, but the rules are the same. Time for driver rests are equal in each country. If you start your travel from Vilnius to arrive to Lisbon, you have the same rules. You know that the rules is this one and only this one. But you know, I don't want to speak about if you drive using the right or using the left in our union. But for example, to have on the field of driving under influence of alcohol, for example, to have one specific target, because you know now the position of the European Union, the rule is between one point and the other point, and each country, each state within its sovereignty can decide. I think will be to put the heart over the obstacle, to decide for the future to harmonize, for example, the back percentage limit. It's one idea. You know, on the social rules we work till 12 years. We can start to work on this. I don't say to have one European traffic code or roads code, but just to start is one idea to put on the table after a meeting like this. Thank you for your contribution.
Thank you, Paolo. And then I'm asking now to Pierluigi. Pierluigi, you know how crucial is road safety for the transport policies in Europe? I would say both at European Commission level and the member states. What role would you assign to this topic in your position of coordinator of the transport pillar of the European Strategy for Adriatic-Ionian region?
Yes, thank you, Roberto, for inviting me to participate in this interesting conference and the occasion to participate in the closing roundtable. I am intervening here in my role, as you said, of coordinating of one of the pillars of the European strategy for the Adriatic-Ionian region. Actually, the strategy aims at promoting cooperation among countries in the region, and this region includes also the Western Balkans, but also for EU states, Italy, Slovenia, Croatia, and Greece. And in one of the pillars of the strategy, the one that I'm coordinating on transport, actually, we are taking road safety very seriously. Indeed, this is part of, I would like to recall something that has been already mentioned today by Luciana Iorio. Road safety is a part, or should be part of a broader framework of sustainable and innovative mobility. And in fact, this is what is happening in the development of the user transportation master plan. Road safety is there as part of a broader framework for sustainable mobility in the region. We have developing specific action, and we are proposing in this chapter some actions for road safety. The master plan first moves from a recollection of the ongoing road safety plans at country level in the region, plans and policy. And today we have seen some examples from North Macedonia and from Albania. And this is done in order to share good practices and also to improve capacity of some member states. We have to think that in the Western Balkan, we are speaking in the region, in the Adriatic Ionian region, we are facing with high disparities in terms of infrastructure assets, in terms of accessibility, and also we are facing difference in practice and awareness of road safety targets. So our first aim is to improve the capacity of each member state in the region in respect to road safety issues, but also to align the target and the action in the area. In particular, and this is something that has been right now mentioned by Paolo Cestra, in particular, in order to harmonize regulations, but also to identify the infrastructure interventions that have let's say, regional, macro-regional relevance. I'm here talking about intervention to improve also cross-border connections. Of course, there is also the issue of road safety management and of a digitalization of actions for road safety. We really believe that there should be no more death or seriously injured people on road in the region, and the user master plan promotes safety management, safer infrastructure, in order to support the zero fatalities goal.
Paolo, do you have any?
Thanks to Pierluigi for his clear vision. It's very important they underlined the role of the road safety plans. I think it's very important to have good plans within all Europe. I know, for example, that several states in Eastern Europe not already prepared or finished the plan for current and next years. It's very important to have this pluriannual vision to know exactly what we want to achieve, if not day by day, but year by year. It's also important this infrastructures aspects, because I know by myself during last 2 years, so when were possible to travel in the Eastern Europe, that in several countries there are a very big lack of infrastructures. For example, I speak for for Romania, there is one country big like France, but there are only 400 kilometers of motorways. It's incredible that today in Europe we continue to have one very big and important nation with this infrastructure lack today. And I don't know, I don't want to put the line on the system, the Trans-European road network, but I think on the eastern of Europe we have to improve the situation of the infrastructure, and also thanks for the remarks on the awareness and the role of the law enforcement. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Paolo. And then I am posing the second question to Claire. Well, you already said something on results of on the impact of the COVID on road safety. Would you mind, Claire, elaborate a bit again on the performance of road safety in Europe, looking at actions and past results, how the Commission see the current status and future evolution of road safety in Europe?
Thank you, Roberto. Alors, to be short, I would like to say the following. So we are monitoring, and thanks to the input provided by member states, the road safety figures on an annual basis. I would say that compared to the period pre-COVID, so we talk 2019 compared to 2021, we reduced the number of fatalities by 12%. This is an average, of course, and so this average, well, you can see it positively or you can see it negatively. And I think it all depends where you want to land. So, of course, we have to try to make roads safer, roads and streets safer for everyone. But if we look at the target that we have for 2030, it is about a reduction of 50% in death and 50% in terms of serious injuries. And the trend that we are taking, in my view, does not lead us necessarily towards that objective. So for me, that means that many more needs to be done. It does not mean necessarily that it's all about legislation. Where it is needed, we will, of course, help member states and identify also the, some stimulus, and we can find many avenues in the context of the revision of the driving licenses. We can use this cross-border enforcement directive at best, but there are also many other ways in which we can try to stimulate or accelerate solution on the ground. So my personal view is that we are not going into the right direction. Also because we had these 2 years, just the last 2 years saying, okay, we are making progress where we should be there. At the same time, we see that in the figures that we had, we see few member states that actually recorded the lowest number of fatalities. So I think that the conclusion that we might take is again the fact that we have diverse situation in the different member states, and we probably have also diverse situation depending on the different typologies of road users. Now, you might remember that with the action plan that we published, when was it, 2019, we stimulate a lot member states to come with national strategies. And there's a lot that we are learning also from this tool. We see some member states coming with strategy building a lot more on the governance aspect around safety, more coordination, more cooperation among agencies, ministries, actors, all alike. We have seen countries where they have adopted strategy, but then also very short-term action plans, so that they would be in a position to monitor much more the trends and take a certain conclusion. So for the moment, we have spread. We have tried to make sure that those member states with a new strategy can present them, can stimulate, let's say, the reaction from the other colleagues in what we call the high-level group on road safety, where decision maker in the different member states are actually well discussing, envisaging, you know, possible area for further cooperation. But so at some point we will have to be not only us, I would say, not only because we are Commission, but all of us should be in a position to say, okay, now I'm activating that measure. What does it bring to me? Is the trend going into the right direction, instead of maybe just looking at the figures on an annual basis? And I think there's a lot we can learn from the previous decade, and there's a lot that we can learn in how certain measures are being envisaged at this moment in time. And I should also bring in that respect another program that actually was funded by the European Parliament, which is this road safety exchange program. I call it the Erasmus of road safety, because it enables a lot authorities at national level, but also at local level, to engage with a partner, maybe a front runner in terms of road safety, ask very practical points. So I have attended meeting where, for example, they were discussing, colleagues from Portugal and colleagues from Sweden were discussing about how to get out of a tram in a city context, because apparently this was one of the areas where they get more accidents. So you can see that it's a very practical and very operational tool. Lithuania, I'm sure Antonio Venoso must have mentioned this earlier in the day. Lithuania got their prize because of the measures they have taken, and among the speech of the minister, you could really see actually his willingness to implement a lot of the good knowledge he has acquired through that mechanism. So not every time you need a single solution. That I also think it's not the right way forward. But we certainly need to have discussion, try to extrapolate for each and every of us what are our national targets. And maybe I would like to conclude with that, because often I hear member states saying we have an EU target of, sure, and I also have to measure my measures in relation to that target. But before it's becoming an EU target, it is a target for member states. And so, as usual, you can count on us. We are there, whatever we can, wherever we are able to whatever land we are able to reach, we will try to help everyone.
Thank you, Claire. I fully agree on this need to have the sort of feedback from experience, because it is extremely important. If we assume measures that are improving the road, I want to know the result, because if I had good result, I will be happy. If I do not reach the result, it's even more important, because I don't want to put money again in something that is not efficient. But on the overall speech, I'm sure that Paolo is willing to say a lot. Paolo.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks to Claire for the answer. And coming back to your last word, is very important that finally the Commission gave specific performance indicators. You know, the evolution of road safety is not only a question of number or percentage of degrees of fatalities or accidents. You know my vision on this. Sometimes is only a question of good or bad luck. If we take a look in the past, for example, the tragical event 2018, the collapse of Morandi Bridge in Genoa, 43 deaths on the Italian roads, but I remember that was a very, very long debate between our authorities and the European Commission how to count this 43% decided for this collapsing. And it's not only a question of number. The evolution of the road safety is a question of results, of feedback, and very good that now we have this performance indicators from the Commission, not only related on the decreasing of crashes or fatalities or bad injuries according to MICE+3. It's important also to have, from my point of view, one feedback of the behavior level of the drivers, of the road users, and at the moment I don't see this performance indicator, but I hope that in the future we will have also this specific indicators.
Paolo, can I just say that indeed, I mean, among the things that we would like to see happening in the next round is certainly to have an indicator on enforcement too. I think it's an important one. We don't need necessarily to have super detailed figures. What we need to understand is how much actually enforcement is playing its role in road safety. Apologies if I have taken the floor again.
No, sure. This is important because also to have indicators, all the indicators must be such kind of holistic indicators. That's I like very much this word.
Thank you so much, and thank you for this additional small debate on indicators. And I now pose the second question to Professor Coppola. And a lot of discussion there was during your speech and after within the remark of Paolo on the master plan. What action have been included in USR master plan for improving road safety in the Balkans?
Yes, thank you, Roberto. Before answering your question, I would like to make a remark. A very general remark that relates when you have to tackle a problem. Now, today we are talking and discussing about road safety, but this is very general. So the first step is to create awareness, the needs for solving that problem. The second step is making some strategic planning, creating a vision, setting your target and actions. And the third step is funding those actions. Monitoring comes afterwards. I'm saying this because we are talking about an area that is Southeast Europe, in which in some countries we are at step one. So we need to create awareness of the needs. And this is what actually relates to those disparities I mentioned before. We are countries in which road safety is not an issue at political level, because the focus is on infrastructure reconstruction after 30 years from the war in the area. And this give me also make clear also actually what are including and by answering to your question in the master plan, in particular in the chapter related to road safety. Actually, the master plan is divided in the action for road safety in the master plan are divided in 3 types of action. First, the introduction of road safety management. Second, introducing criteria for safer infrastructure, and third, enhancing the cooperation to exchange experience and practice. With respect to the first type of action, actually what we are trying to introduce is the practice that is very well consolidated in other European countries. So that is the systematic collection of data to monitor road safety in each country. And actually this is not the case in many, not in many, but in some countries of the Western Balkans. And we are thinking of Bosnia and Herzegovina, for example. Second, creating a coordination among institutional stakeholders. And this is very important because there is, in some cases, some disalignment between institutions within within a single specific country. And third, how to connect the institution with the right competencies for tackling road safety problems. So how to create connection between institution and other bodies that have the competencies and to support them for promoting road safety action. So the second step is creating and promoting the design of safer infrastructure. And this is done by identifying the most dangerous infrastructure by accident rate, but also by promoting a coordinated action, as I said before, for cross-border infrastructure. The user master plan focusing very much on infrastructure at regional and national level. So we don't deal with urban road safety, for example. But this is very important in particular for what actually concerns vulnerable users. For what concerns the third and last type of action, actually to enhance cooperation and exchange of experience. This is an action aimed at mobilize all stakeholders at national, regional, and local level to strengthen road safety and to support the identification of need, to identify the intervention that need to be funded. And this is one of the main roles that the user can have in the action. Identify intervention that could then be funded by EU funds, in particular those funds from DG Regio for the European territorial cooperation, but also the funds for infrastructure development such as the Connecting Europe facilities.
Thank you so much. It is interesting your initial statement on the raising awareness. And I think that your action and today's seminar also has contributed to the impact on this specific target. But in general, I imagine Paolo will answer.
I totally agree with Professor Coppola, and sometimes in my experience with the 6 Western Balkans, when we speak about road safety, I have to remind them some things that are inside the chapter 14 and chapter 21st of the Acquis Communautaire. They want to be part in the future of the European Union, and to do this, they must take a look also to the transport policy, is chapter 14, and also to the European road networks is inside the chapter 21. Is one important case to use with them, following the vision of the Professor Coppola. Thanks.
Thank you. And then we are arriving to the end, and then my last question to Claire. Claire, today we'll listen to a fair debate among representative authorities on both sides of the Adriatic Sea. We listen both to representatives from police officers and from infrastructure authorities. Several actions were posed under scrutiny: technologies, infrastructure, human behavior, enforcement, vehicles. So many and so different, I would say, topics, all of them very important in view of a holistic approach to road safety. Of course, not all the action have the same cost, the same impact, And I would say not even the same lifespan, because if you impact on the infrastructure, that is forever. If you impact on education, this is something that you have today to do in a continuous way. But all these actions contribute to concrete results in terms of safety. Would you frame for us the strategies that you need to be considered? Which are the priorities that you expect will be enforced or facilitated by the Commission?
I think I have already mostly answered to that one. So maybe I can try to explain what I expect from the different initiatives I have mentioned before. So for the driving license directive, for sure, we would like to put more emphasis in terms of training, because we see good feedback from those member states where you have a period of training also in order to get your driving licenses. Those affected, let's say, novice driver that benefit from it seems to be better equipped. So this is certainly one of the areas we are looking for. We are also looking at making drivers and novice drivers to start with better equipped with new technology coming into the vehicle, and to start with ADAS systems. And we are reflecting with member states when it comes to not only sharing information when it comes to the driving license themselves, but also how to actually continue to cooperate also when the driver does not get or does not keep anymore his driving licenses, whether an offense has been that strong to reach a disqualification of the driving licenses. I don't know exactly where we land, Roberto, because we are in the making. We are in really preparing the impact assessment, and so that's still difficult to be said, but that's an important point. In relation to the cross-border enforcement directive, I will not mention the mechanism. So there's a lot of things that we will be looking at in relation to the cooperation mechanism for member states, but certainly we are looking at increasing the number of offences that would benefit from the mechanism of the cross-border enforcement cooperation. And at the end of the day, it is important also for the talks we are having today. And for example, the runway driver, the not to respect the sufficient distance between vehicles, the dangerous overtaking, that might be also in more urban level, but things that actually would merit. They're probably not the most relevant type of offences. So certainly speed and alcohol and drugs are among those who produce, let's say, the worst effect. But certainly we can help also a little bit on that front. Then what I would also want to mention is that we'll be also preparing a revision of the roadworthiness package, which is also relevant in this discussion. And there certainly we will have to look into how make the current practices a bit more efficient, I would say, a bit more efficient. But also how do we cope with vehicles which are changing from the moment in which you buy them until the moment in which actually they reach their end of life. So are we keeping vehicles in the same safe level, or all this new technology being brought into the vehicle lose their effectiveness also over time? So this is another area of work I wanted to mention. But I also want to conclude now with a reason directive, where indeed, besides the network-wide assessment, which is for me the major changes compared to the previous directive, we are also looking into road marking and road signs. And there, the idea was to try to see how actually the infrastructure can support well, human being in the first place, we still will be there for quite some time, but also advanced driving assistance system. Another discussion is a complicated one. And I must say that in road safety, until you have big disruption, we mentioned before the bridge in Genova, but until you get to a situation where, you know, this is not tolerable, then the big decisions are not taken. And of course, we don't want necessarily to harmonize everything also over there. We know that member states have different practices, but what we also hear from the industry is, please, if we want our system, if we want the system that we have put in the vehicle to be exploited to the maximum extent, we need support from the infrastructure. Alors, believe me, having started working on connected and automated mobility since 2016, it took manufacturers a while to say that actually the objective was not to create an autonomous vehicle that would do everything on its own, precisely because you have traffic and actually you have mobility, as you were mentioning, Paolo. And this is quite complicated to handle. I've noted in the last exchange that the message was, you know, we have obligation of performance in relation to the vehicle, but then we have the impression that authorities in the member states are not necessarily very willing to discuss and to try to see how infrastructure can support also through lane marking. I don't think that we need to do a religious discussion around the topic. I would simply call for a little bit of simplicity, constructive cooperation, and try to find what the path, being a regulatory one, being research activities that we need to do more in the future, but to help seeing how we can get the best out of the technology coming into the vehicle. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Paolo?
Yeah, thanks again. And from those words, I think now we have very, very clear the tasks, and also we are very clear the team, because we have our 4 pillars. That means, I think, legislation, enforcement, infrastructures, vehicles. All of this must be safer. And also now we have our team. We can play the same game. You know, it's one share responsibility, and the team. We are all together here today. We have the European Commission for the legislation, the road police forces for the enforcement, and a lot of engineers for the infrastructures. It might be manufacturers for the vehicles, and also we have other stakeholders and the users as consultant, just to check our activity and where we work together from now to the 2030 to obtain the results that not the European Union, but that we, as you know, the United States of America Constitution, we, the people, want to achieve. Thank you, Claire, for your effort. Every day, I know you do a very, very strong activity for the road safety. And thank you for your effort and for your participation in this webinar today.
Thank you, Paolo. And the last question also for Pierluigi. And then I'm going to his experience of a high-level expert of the technical structure of the Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport. Under this slide, how do you see the road safety integrated into the decision process of transport investment? Would you elaborate a bit on the concept of cost benefits for payback for intervention on road safety?
Yes, thank you, Roberto, for this question. Actually, when I was a high-level expert of the Ministry for Infrastructure and Transport in Italy, I developed the guidelines for transport investment appraisal. And basically, we, compliant with also the EU guidelines, identify the cost-benefit analysis as the tool for assessing transport investment and policy in transport. And road safety is one of the socioeconomic criteria for this kind of assessment. It is there. However, the problem is how it is weighted and how it is evaluated in comparison with other different criteria. The EU handbook suggests some parameters to value the number, the human life lost in road accidents, the injuries, and to my experience, the values that this handbook suggest are not going into the direction of prioritizing safety compared to other criteria such as travel time saving or environmental impact. That's why when you want to assess a project and devoted specifically to road safety, you have to follow other methodology like multi-criteria analysis and cost effectiveness analysis. But these are not so common and not so popular as cost benefit analysis. So before Ms. Dupré was saying that we are not going into the right direction. Well, moving to the right direction under the perspective of project appraisal, in order to give more weight to the goal of road safety would be that of aligning the parameters and weight it more in cost-benefit analysis compared to other criteria.
Thank you. Paolo?
Yeah, thank you, Professor Coppola. And when we speak about cost benefits analysis, for me is very difficult because I am not an economist, not an engineer. But I don't like to take a look to absolute figures, absolute number, and especially when we have to evaluate different values. The most important, the value of the road safety is to save life. And one life has no value. One life is one life. But according to the last figures edited by the European Transport Safety Council on the PIN report, one dead persons on the road as a social cost is not the value, but is the social cost of 2 million euro. I took a look in the past at the cost of the infrastructures. To make 1 kilometer of highways need between 7 and 10 million euro. That means if we save life, we can use the benefits also to improve the infrastructure, to have more safe infrastructures. That means that there is no relation cost benefit, but it's one system that they call specialists in economics call win-win. If we obtain more road safety, if we try to come into the right track, and I agree, looking to the number to Claire, we are not on the right track in this moment, but we can come back on the right track. If we come on the right track, we will start with this win-win travel, and we can obtain not a good results in the relation cost benefits, but we obtain the best results in the relation between benefits and benefits. And this is my hoping for the future.
Thank you, Paolo. Friends, please let me say, wow, what an incredible debate. Claire Depré, Pierluigi Coppola, and Paolo Cestra.
And Roberto Arditi.
But before asking Paolo to close this event, I've seen in the chat that Leonardo Annese, one of the organizer from Italian Secretariat of PIARC, has asked to have 1 minute for saying something of general interest. And then Leonardo, please, if you are still connected.
Yes, I am. Thank you all. I would like to propose to you the next very important event that will be held in next September, organized by PIARC International, with ANAS, which is the Road National Authority, and Politecnico di Milano, and who is a very, I know Professor Coppola knows very well. And let me share the screen, and it would be extremely interesting for all of you and your affiliations, your companies, your governments to participate in SURF 2022. It will be an in-person event. It will be held in Milano, and the previous ones were Australia, USA, Slovenia, Canada, France, New Zealand, Germany, and USA again. And it is not only on pavement surface, but it is also a way of seeing road pavement for other kind of new road users. We see, for example, next generation mobility, light mobility, electrical, and autonomous, as we all talked about this today, and the different needs that come out from this kind of new road users. And this is seen in a sustainability point of view, not only technical point of view. This event is aimed at contracting authorities, the road authorities, local authorities that would like to improve their pavement services. So it will be an important moment of learning new techniques, new materials, and a new way of seeing the road pavements. And we invite you to participate in this event. It is possible also to sponsor it if any of you would like to sponsor the event, and we'll be glad to have you there. And it will be also a way of seeing Milano and the surroundings. Roberto, of course, knows the area very well since he's from Milano. So I shared everything in the chat if you want to download it, and just feel free to contact me if you have any questions.
Thank you, Leonardo. And then you are the most welcome to come to Milano for this symposium. And finally, Paolo for the closing.
Thank you again, Roberto. Before to use my virtual hammer to declare officially close this webinar, I want to say again a very, very big thank you to all the speakers, all the participants in this webinar, and special thanks to you for the organization. And the biggest thanks is to Mrs. Assunta De Pascalis, that she is the makers of the webinar, of all our activity. Thank you very much to her. Thanks to all of you, and see you in our next joint webinar between Roadpool and PIARC Italy. Thank you very much, and have a good day.
Bye-bye, and have a good meal.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. All the best.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
All the best.